Hey guys. So yeah, I'm sure that you guys have all heard now what has happened, and to be honest, like I was wondering when this was going to happen. I was like, okay, she's 96. I was like, is she going to live to 100 like her mother? Like when is she leaving? Like, not in a malicious way. I was really wondering like is she using some vampire blood? Like how has she been alive this whole time? And it's cool to say RIP, it's cool to say whatever. I heard this one Jamaican guy say, I'm gonna miss you. I'll play that in a little bit. I need to find that video. But you don't need to be malicious about this. You don't need to be like, oh, like I hope she rots in hell. Because she didn't start colonization, you know what I mean? She didn't start imperialization. So that's why I'm more like indifferent towards it. Like I'm looking at it as an aspect of an old person that died, more so. Not really as an aspect of, oh, colonization's over. Because clearly it's not. Clearly, by some of you guys writing all these eulogies and these posts as if you know this person, I can definitely see it's not over. I could definitely see I could definitely and I used to not want to admit this, but I there has to be something wrong with black people or Africans. There has to be something wrong with them because I don't understand how okay, African leaders shucking and jiving, I get it. They want the IMF loan, whatever. I get it, and I'm gonna post President Buhari's thing. He made a really lengthy post. He was like, on behalf of the Nigerian people, the 200 million people, I want to do it. I was like, whoa, man. I mean, well, it makes sense because, Wari's old and this happened, during his time. So it makes sense for someone of that age to say a foolish thing like that. Like, on behalf of everybody, I would like to say my deepest condolences. I was thinking, you know what, like these African leaders, right? What another African president dies, there's no posts, there's nothing. But no, when Queen Elizabeth is gone, then all of a sudden they're like, oh, I hope she rests in peace. I hope she enjoys her death. I don't know. I hope she goes to heaven and sees my grandpa. I'm just like, okay, cool. That's interesting that you would say all of this, but when one of your own goes away, um don't hear a peep from you. Like some people are like, why was it when the Zulu king passed away no one said anything? And let's be honest here, like that was he was important to South Africa. He wasn't a national African hero. So now I understand why people didn't say anything when he passed away, right? But at least Magufuli, I was expecting more African, leaders to say something about it because it just happened so unexpectedly, and he did talk to a lot of African presidents. So I was really shocked that no one really cared. But yeah, the reason why I have Kenya in this title specifically is Kenya apparently, well, Kenyan officials, um, after having, the election, being worried about Kenya, they're saying that they're having, let me see if I can find it. They're doing a 3-day mourning of the queen. Let me see if I can find this. Um, and there are some Kenyan residents that seem to be very, very upset about this, but it does not matter because this is what the government has proposed. So let me see if I can share my screen real quick. Yeah, here it is. And Just give me a moment, like, give me one moment. Alright. So, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. I don't understand this. I really don't get this. Like, I don't understand why something like this would be essential or important. Um, I get it, you're still part of I think Kenya is still part of the Commonwealth. So I get, the whole grieving over your your um your head of state being gone. Like I get that, right? But it just seems kind of excessive to me at least that you're gonna mourn her for 4 days when it's like she's literally not your queen. um she's the UK's people queen. Like let's not forget that. Let's really stop acting brand new here. People in the UK, from what I can tell, you have some extremes. You have some people who care and some people who don't care. I've noticed a lot of immigrants in the UK, or people who are second generation, third generation, don't care as much. And it makes sense not to care that much. I mean, it is what it is. Like who cares? Like bro, people are here talking about they want her to return, or they want the UK to return stolen artifacts, because apparently in the UK there are a lot of museums that have like African artifacts. We've seen this in Black Panther. There are a lot of just African things that somehow end up being in the UK, which I still don't understand. Again, I don't understand how the UK has whole gold vault. They have so much gold that they had to uh, lend some to Canada and they had to lend some to Australia. That's how much gold they have in that country, right? And I'm sitting here thinking, how the countries that literally mine this gold, right? They don't have gold vaults. So I'm just wondering, how did the UK get all its gold? I really don't know. I have no idea, And I don't want to automatically go to, oh, they stole out the gold. um, the reason why is because just looking at the way that Africans are, how do you know that they didn't just take the gold? How do you know that they stole it? How do you know that the gold wasn't given to them? So I don't want to go with the narrative that everything they have is stolen. Like I wish I could, but I'm starting to really have some doubts because it just seems like a lot of people don't love themselves. So you would willingly give gold to the monarch because you respect that family so much. You respect their lineage so much that you would willingly give them your gold. So I'm gonna quickly play EFF Julius Malema. This is one of the rare times I agree with him. I'm gonna quickly play that and be right back.
We have nothing to do with the Queen. Today, people tweet, hey, we mourn the Queen. But when Helen Zille tweeted and said that not everything is bad about colonialism, you all said Helen Zille is a racist. How can she praise colonialism? By mourning and praising the Queen, you are celebrating colonialism. You are not different from Helen Zille. We were not colonized by the land called Britain. We were colonized by the leadership of Britain that killed our people. So we must not be asked to do wrong things here. We are very clear. The Queen does not represent anything good. Britain has got a lot of gold, yet they don't have a single mine of gold. Those are stolen goods. We must talk about reparation. We must talk about the return of the gold. We must talk about the return of the stolen diamond, and not these other side issues which are not important to us. How can you be oppressed for so many years? After liberation, you've got nothing to show that we have been liberated. You have no land, you have got no bank, you've got no mind. The only thing you have is a hatred of other Africans.
You know what? Normally, I don't agree with Julius Malema, but he's actually 100% correct. Like, the only thing you have to show for colonization or imperialization is maybe some buildings that you have yet fixed, right? Like literally there are buildings from the 1960s that these leaders don't care about anymore. I don't understand how there's a jail that was built in 1961 and you haven't updated that jail. Like I don't get it. They don't care about any of that stuff. The only thing you have to show is hating or not liking other black people. That's literally all you could show, the progress of everything that you did. Now, I want to make it clear, I don't hate her, okay? I just don't like what she or hate what she represents. I just don't like the fact that, and a lot of people don't know this, but she actually came to Kenya, just to tie back to Kenya. She came to Kenya as a princess. She got crowned in Kenya as a queen. So I'm just like, I don't understand why is that why Kenyans love her so much? Is the fact that she came there with nothing and she left their sovereign? Is that why you guys love her so much? Like, I really seriously don't understand. And to be honest, the generation that dealt with this, it was 1960s, 19, maybe I'll say 1970s. That's the generation that dealt with all of this. So when I hear them talk, sometimes I'm like, okay, fine, you lived during colonization, I'll let it go. These old people, when they talk, I sometimes I have to like understand that, maybe they're speaking from trauma, so I let it go. But for young people who haven't been or who weren't born under colonization, I really don't understand why you guys are taking your uh grandparents talking points. I don't understand. Like, oh my goodness, if I was to have this conversation with some old people, they would say that I'm disrespectful. Um, yeah, they would say that I'm disrespectful. You're supposed to worship the dead. You're supposed to give them the props. You're not supposed to be mean, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I don't understand why I have to be nice when her ancestors were not nice to mine. You know what I mean? Like, especially if you're Caribbean, maybe Jamaican. You guys remember, um, your ancestors fought in lots of world wars. So did mine, but your situation's a bit different. Your ancestors fought in a lot of world wars for Britain, not on behalf of their own countries. They fought to represent England. Okay. And what did these British people do after that? They said, oh, okay, I'm good. You guys are good fighters. You guys are very loyal. So we're going to invite you to the UK. You guys should come and work here and live here and be one of us. That's literally what they told a lot of Caribbeans. That is why Windrush started, is because they literally said, literally told Caribbeans, hey, come here, be part of us, join us, be have a better life in the UK. That's literally what they told the Windrush generation. Years go by, and now they start deporting people, being like, oh, you weren't supposed to be here anyways. Oh, you're not that important anyways. It's like, it's just so funny to me how people always want to defend this. I don't even want to say it. It's always so funny how people are black people especially always want to defend her. It's just it's hilarious to me. After they treated you like trash, then you still want to bow down, okay, bend down and revere her as if she's so important, or as if what she represents is so important. Like, why do Black people suffer from low self-esteem like this. It's embarrassing. Like a lot of these Africans, well, I don't know about East Africa, but in West Africa, we still have kings. Yeah, we still have chiefs. We still have royalty. So I'm like, how do you treat this royalty better than your own royalty? It is your own royalty that fought to protect you. Like, I'm just like, I don't get it. Like, this colonization thing is really wild, man. It's really wild. But I'm playing one more clip really quick, and I'll be back with more commentary. Thanks, guys, for being here. Um. Oh, let me play this. Yeah, let me play this.
All doubts in Ghana were at an end. The Queen's visit was going to take place. From near and far, Ghanaians converged on the airport, hoping to be among the first to see the royal lady of whom they'd heard so much. Most of the tribal chiefs were there, and 40 paramount chiefs, with umbrellas to indicate to the knowing the degree of rank importance. One apologetically explained that as accommodation in Accra was limited, most of them had brought only one wife. Drums announced the arrival of the aircraft. President and Mrs. Nkrumah arrived with members of the government and other persons of importance. And what a majestic sight when the giant Boeing taxied in. No detail was omitted that stamped this as the most memorable occasion in the history of the airport. Her Majesty and the Duke of Edinburgh were here at last. 55 minutes late indeed, but that was owing to the fog-postponed takeoff at the London end. As the Queen was escorted by the President, the Duke walked with Mrs. Fatia Nkrumah, the Egyptian-born lady whom the President married 4 years ago. The Osajifo, as Nkrumah loves to be called, the word means redeemer, presented the chiefs and others of note. Their obvious pleasure showed how keen the disappointment would have been if Her Majesty had not come to Ghana. It all seemed to illustrate the mystique of the monarchy. For while Ghana insists on being a republic and makes it clear to the people that Her Majesty is not their queen, all at the airport received her with as much enthusiasm as if she ruled over them by divine right. The chiefs and such followers as they allowed made up a total of more than 3,000. Quite apart from the wives already mentioned, some of them have more than 50 children. It's as well that most of them stayed at home. When all the greetings and presentations were over, the President and his guests began the 6-mile drive to the Christiansborg Castle. The Duke rode with Madame Nkrumah. The route was lined by fully 350,000 people. Next day, there was a parade of the armed forces in the Queen's honour. Black Star Square cost the strained Ghanaian exchequer £1 million to lay out. But the President needs such an arena when he addresses mass meetings of his people. Hot for you, sir? What must it be for the visitors? But now all eyes were on the troops. British trained and displaying that the highest military traditions were being followed in these days of independence. The Army numbers 6,000. The National Police, 10,000. The pick of them lined up for inspection by the Queen and the President. The Queen could well understand with what pride Nkrumah and his people look upon the army. Independent Ghana is a very young nation, only 4 years old. It was not proclaimed a republic until last year. This was a formal ceremony. On the following day came an informal one, the surfboat regatta, and the display of skill used in civil purposes. As Accra is without a harbour, ships have to anchor a mile out in the roads and be loaded and unloaded by surfboat. Each has a helmsman and 10 paddlers, and as they pack 1 3/4 tons of cargo, and the boat weighs 1,800 weights, strength as well as skill is needed to fight the breakers. The regatta was seen by Her Majesty from a mogul pavilion, a portable one which will be much used during the tour. And here's that strength and skill we mentioned. Naturally, the people of Accra are very fond of the surfboats and the men who man them. Today, they have one regret. When the huge artificial harbour at Tema, 6 miles away, is completed, the surfboats will be out of business. Perhaps that was one reason why the 1,000 men and the 115 boats taking part determined to put up a fine show. How well they earned their applause. More of the real Ghana was seen at the Makola Market, an association of 80,000 members. Here the Queen met the people. Indeed, almost rubbed shoulders with them.
Oof. Oh, I'm back. Okay. Am I back? Wait, hold up. Maybe go out in the street. Yeah, so am I back? Just wondering before I continue. Okay, great. I'm back. Okay. So I guess I can't play the part where, but in the end of the video, the Ghanaians, like the chiefs, were actually giving her gold, and they were giving her a lot of gold, and they were also like, "Oh, some of this gold is not only for you. We're gonna give you 4 golden bracelets, right? And those golden bracelets are supposed to go to your children. So one was supposed to go to Prince Charles. One was supposed to go to Princess Anne. The other one was supposed to go to Prince Edward, and the other one was supposed to go to is it Prince Andrew? I think it's Prince Andrew, right? So yeah, 4 bracelets that were very expensive. Like I just I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, and by the way, guys, if you haven't remembered, or if you got in case you guys forgot, Ghana's colonial name was called the Gold Coast. That's why it's really significant, is because Ghana was called the Gold Coast. So that's literally what Ghana was known for. It was known for going there and stealing gold, or taking, I should say, taking gold. Again, not all the gold that was taken was supposed to be taken. We know this now. But that's what the significance it was called. Actually, if you look at it West African specifically, if you look at a West African, I'm trying to see if I can find it. If you look at a West African colonial map, you'll see the names that these countries used to be known by. Like some of these names are really derogatory. No, I can't see it. But beside Ghana, gonna try to see if I can find it. But beside Ghana, or beside the Gold Coast, I should say, there was a country called the Slave Coast. So, yeah, there was a country known as the Slave Coast. I think that was Ivory Coast, if I'm not mistaken. There was another country called the um the Tooth Coast, which meant that's where you get teeth. And a lot of Africa was called Negro, like it was officially known as Negro land. Like that's that's what it was known as, the land of the blacks. Which it's really interesting because I mean Africans, or modern day Africans, I should say, didn't name that area that, but that was the name that was deemed to be befitting, and it's just interesting. So during these colonial ceremonies, or I should say in air quotes, colonial ceremonies, because they weren't really giving us independence. I don't know what those independence ceremonies signify nowadays. When I think about it, I really not sure, but um it's just really, really sad. So I found the map. Let me see if it's the right one. Hold on. Okay, so I spelled Negro wrong. My bad, whatever. I know how to spell, I just spelt it wrong. That's embarrassing, but okay. So this is the map I was talking about, right? So on top was Negroland, interesting. On the bottom was Guinea. So you had the Gold Coast, you have the Grain Coast. Um, that's interesting. Then you had the Slave Coast. Hmm. Then you had Benin. And then I can't see the other side. Is that, I'm assuming that says map of Ethiopia. Um, then you had Meli. and Gambia and some of these other places. You had Senegal, or yeah, Senegal, and then you had Tombouctou. Anyways, who cares about the rest of the names? Just to show that most of these names were really bad. And, during independence, we finally got to choose our own names. Wow. And, well, we got to choose our own names, but we didn't get to choose how the countries were carved. And I find that to be so interesting. I just find it to be really, really interesting. Again, I'm not saying this to be like the queen. Like, I don't really care about the queen. It's just the system of monarchy and the system of imperialism. It's the fact that so many countries are in the Commonwealth and don't know why. It makes sense why certain countries are in the Commonwealth, like Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and the other one, I forgot what. It makes sense why those countries are in the Commonwealth, it makes sense. But, these other countries that were literally in the Commonwealth because they were former colonies and they never rebelled like the US did. They just decided to, kiss up to the monarchy. It's very, very interesting to me. But before I go further, I'm just gonna say hi to everyone who's here. Hi, Friscope. Hi, Alian. Oh, you're from Trinidad. Okay. I forgot, but there was one Caribbean country who removed the queen. Was that Barbados? Anyways, I'll look into that. Hi ACDT. What's up? British Museum is a house. She was the head of the empire, the Commonwealth. So is that why you think certain people, Africans, shouldn't respect her? See, ACDT, I'm kind of indifferent towards it. Like, I'm like, I don't care for her, but at the same time, like, I don't. You, okay, I'll show you some of these memes. Like, we have memes of her in heaven or in hell. I don't know. Someone made a meme and they were like, "Oh, she crossed Kobe Bryant to not get into heaven or something like that." It was kind of funny, but I don't really I don't really care to be the one to be like rot in hell. Like, I don't know. I don't really care to do that. Um how I see it is, um the queen has done pretty questionable things. That I won't lie about that. Like, the whole Princess Diana thing. I just find it so coincidental that she passed away a year after she got divorced. And she passed away because she was dating an Arab guy. I just find it very coincidental. I definitely think the queen had something to do with Diana's death. And I'm not the only one who thinks that. A lot of us do. And also, another thing that the queen has done that's kind of questionable is cover up Prince Andrew's tracks. Like, Prince Andrew is is well, he's known to be an S tourist. He's known to be a pedophile. He's known to, yeah, I'm trying to be careful here. He's known to, well, Lolita, like, he wasn't a good guy, Prince Andrew, you know? So I just find it interesting how, R. Kelly is serving all these years in jail or prison, because there's apparently a difference between jail and prison, so I don't know which one it is. But Prince Andrew is scotch free. Nothing happened to him. He's not he wasn't even supposed to have a trial. I just find that to be so interesting. So I guess if you are a son of a royal, you can do dirt in this earth, and your mom or your people will cover it up like it never happened. So that makes me think this guy who's in the throne right now, I mean, how good is he? Like, how good is he? Well, we know that he cheated on his wife. Fine, a lot of people do that, so I won't like. But what did he do in the background? Like, what did else did he do? Because we know that his dad, or Prince Philip, right, was known to be racist. Well, kind of racist. He made some jokes about Africans, and when they would do their Commonwealth tours, Prince Philip would make jokes about Africans and black people and stuff like that. So it makes me think, like, how good is this modern king? Like, how good is King Charles? You know, and I don't. I have to be careful because I value my life, but it just makes me think. It just makes me think that these people aren't as good as they claim to be, because whenever they do bad, they have the finances, they have the money to cover it up. If you or I do bad, they're going to throw the book at us. But if they do bad, it's completely fine. Like, I don't understand. That's one thing I really don't like about this whole monarchy. But I'm going to continue to say hi to you guys. Hi, Dusty Philosopher. What's up? Alien. Alien, I've never met people who are like you, to be honest. Like, people who I speak to, they don't have this mindset. Oh shoot. I hate her. Anyone who shares her blood and everything, that dirtbag review. You hate the queen? That's interesting. That's very interesting that you say that. I mean, I don't hate her, but I definitely hate uh what she represents. I definitely don't like the monarchy. I don't like the fact that my people were colonized and they still are. These people will lie to you, especially Ghanaians. Okay, they can lie to you all day. Say they're not. They're so. Ghanaians are so colonized. It's not even funny. Okay, it's not funny. No, Ghanaians are so colonized. Let me tell you how. First and foremost, if you go to Ghana and you speak good English, they will automatically think you're smart. Because you know how to command the English language. Oh, you went to a good school. That's how that's how you know that you're a proper person. If you can speak good English. Ghanaians are Christian. Okay, either Christian or Muslim. And when I talk about Christianity, I don't mean just the regular Christianity, like, oh, you go to church Sunday, you pray, and you go home and whatever, you deal with your life. I mean, these people, you guys know, okay, they're deeply Christian, that it doesn't make sense. It's like, I've met so many Ghanaians that you would think, hey, Alog, that you would think, you know, the average Ghanaian will tell you, listen, if I suffer in this earth, it's fine, because when I go to heaven, it's all gonna be worth it. And it's like, how do you know you're going to heaven? Like, that's number one. Like, how do you know you're gonna be there? That's number one. Number two, you're saying all this to justify all the wrongs that your presidents, that your government officials are doing to you on a daily basis. They're so colonized and they're too nice. Like, Ghanaians on average are too nice. Like, I like the stereotype that Ghanaians get for being nice, but it's actually bad. Okay, Ghanaians don't demand more from their own people, so to speak. Like, Ghanaians are so used to being treated bad that they just have normalized that. Do you understand me? Like, it's really bad. And when I say that, they get mad at me, but it's like, you guys are anyways. Um I was gonna say something, but let me not. I'm embarrassed for my Kenyan brothers. Did they forget colonization and the horrible things British did to Kenyans? You know what's interesting? When people say, "Oh, colonization was so long ago," I'm like, 60 years? Is that long to you? Like, bro. I don't think it's that long. Now, my dad, I always say this, my dad was born in 1957. Yes, my father's a bit older, but he was born in 1957. So my dad was alive during Kwame Nkrumah. He was alive during all of that. My grandparents were alive during colonization. So when people talk about, oh, it was so long ago, as if it was like hundreds of years ago, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, yes, maybe you in your 20s or 30s, possibly 40s, but definitely 20s, 30s, and even younger. You were not born during that period, so I get it. Like, I understand you forgetting. But how could you act like it never existed? Like, your people were not colonized, your people were not enslaved, your people were not um they were not hmm, renters in their own country, so to speak. Because if we look at all or most of these colonial rules, um, do you know that when they were in our countries, most of our countries, we were not presidents? Okay, before colonization, we were not presidents. That queen or whoever was on the throne was the president or the head of state of the country. There was no such thing as you ruling yourself. There was no such thing as that. Another thing, if you look at a lot of the military forces during that time, they were headed by non-Africans. They were headed by Caucasians. So I'm like, how is there a Kenyan army but there's no Kenyan officer? All the sergeants, lieutenants, they're all British people. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It really does not make any sense to me. Let me see what you guys are saying. So yeah, Dusty Philosopher, when people say that colonization was so long ago, I'm like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Like in the 1960s? Is that what you mean it was so long ago? Like, if you are talking about the 1800s, I might agree with you. Well, I might be like, okay, well, 200 years, maybe you have a point there. But 60 years ago was so long ago? No, it wasn't. I don't think it was. So it doesn't make sense to me how these people forget about the uh Mama rebellion. These people died for you today, for you to say that colonization wasn't that long ago. How ungrateful are you? You guys are actually the worst. You guys are the worst people in the world. Oh my God. Why do you guys think like this? Oh my goodness. Like, if I was our ancestors, I would regret dying for you guys. Well, some of you guys. The guys that speak like this, I would have regretted so badly. We're okay. Oh, okay. Really? Rebuild the mother country and our grandparents. Okay, so the reason for the Windrush was so that they would send money back from the UK to rebuild their home countries. That was why they went to the UK. Interesting. And did that work? Okay. Yeah, so oh, I don't know. I don't even wanna. What's up, Terrell? What's up for Black? They're a disgusting bunch. I can't type what I want to because YouTube will delete my opinion. Exactly. Her children disappeared around this queen, which is an awful story. I can believe that. It's interesting how, you know, we're not allowed to talk about it. I mean, there's certain things that there's some things that I think it's weird because as someone who's part of the Commonwealth twice, it would be really weird of me to like try to expose the monarchy because I'm still in the monarchy. So that's why I really want Ghanaians to break away from the monarchy. If you haven't noticed, I really want them to break away from the Commonwealth. There's no, what is the gain in being in the Commonwealth anyway? Let's really look into that. What is the benefit of being in the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth Games, Commonwealth ceremonies, saying that you're part of the empire. Like, what is the benefit you really get from being part of the Commonwealth? I don't really know. I don't think there's any. So, why are people fighting so hard to still be a part of it? Yeah, I guess. It is. I will not say that it's not real. Who's racist? The thing. You can't expect anything remotely decent from that Bennett. Devils. It's all colonialist. Um, I really don't think that if you're part of the UK, that automatically means you like Britain or you like the Queen or that you are loyal to that institution. I don't think it's that cutthroat. So I know some people have made fun of Black Brits. So have I. But so have I. But I get it. You know, that is your queen or was your queen at a certain point. So I kind of get why some of the Black Brits are acting a little weird. It makes sense. It makes sense. I'd rather Black Brits act a little weird and cuckoo than Africans act weird and cuckoo. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. It's just interesting to me. Oh, and by the way, ACDT, is there a mourning period or is there a holiday to commemorate the passing of her? I just want to know because some nations were saying that they're going to make this a national holiday, like they're trying to introduce something to make people remember her. I don't know. And I'm just like, okay, like great, a statutory holiday. People get paid to stay home. That's wonderful. That's the way I'm looking at it, not from an aspect of actually caring. They're a disgusting bunch. Okay. I think I already read that. Hi 86 Lyle. It is ingrained in most, it's not all foreigner colonies. It's all colonialist, imperialist indoctrination. It's called white worshiping. Oh shoot. Um, it was a scam. You come to the UK, worked all them years, spent all that money to prop up their tax system, and you didn't die early. Maybe you can build your house back home and potentially return, which usually never happens if you think about it. A lot of these Africans come here and they're like, oh, I'm going to work for like 10 years and I'm going to go back home. I'm going to work for 10 years, save, and go back home. And that never happens. It never happens. That's why with this Wood Maya thing, I'm really happy that people are starting to go back in the 20s and 30s when they can actually be of use to their home country. But, that mentality of, oh, I'm going to go back in 20 or 30 years, you're going to most likely die over there. You're not, it's not that simple. You have kids, you've accustomed your life towards the West. How are you automatically going to go back home? I don't think it's possible. Anyways, we get a day off next Monday, thank God. A shame we couldn't get a week off. I want to celebrate some. Okay, let me show the next thing. I had another thing to show. Okay, well, this is one of the pictures I wanted to show you guys. I know you've seen this because it was a meme that was circulating on the internet. Um, it is what it is at the end of the day. Like, it is what it is. If this is how people feel, then that's how they feel. You know what I mean? Like it's whatever. Like, I don't really care. And the reason why I don't care, right, is because say what you want about Gaddafi, he was an African president. He was quote unquote an African leader. When Gaddafi died, you guys remember not Queen. You guys remember Hillary Clinton's reaction. She was just laughing like oh, he died. Like, so disrespectful. I don't that's so disrespectful to just laugh at the death of an African leader. But Africans will sit here and clap about Queen Elizabeth. They'll sit here and write posts like, "Oh my goodness, she died. I remember her. I'm gonna miss her so much." Like, how are you gonna miss somebody you don't know? Huh? I don't understand that. How are you telling me you're gonna miss somebody you don't know? You've never met before, or not friends with this person, but you're gonna miss what? Seeing her on TV? Is that what you're gonna miss? Cause so anyways, trying to see if I can find the okay, so it's right here. And by the way, like, if you feel bad for her passing away, it, it's whatever. Like, people die all the time is all I can say. Um, I don't. Hopefully, what you should do is pray that you can more leave this earth at her ripe old age. That would be a blessing for you to leave at 96. But half of these people talking and cackling and clapping, like, I don't think you're even going to be leaving at 70. But anyway, um, Kenya to mourn Queen Elizabeth for 4 days. Uhuru. Um, he said the flag shall be flown at half mast at State House and all Kenyan diplomatic missions, public buildings, public grounds, all military bases, posts, and stations on the naval vessels of the Republic of Kenya and elsewhere throughout the Republic of Kenya. Oru said the national flag will be flown at half mast for the same length of time at all high commissions, embassies, consulate, diplomatic offices, and other facilities of the Kenya Republic abroad. Okay, this follows. Okay, he said. Okay, Ruth said the national flag should be No, okay, whatever. He already said that. He said Her Majesty was a close friend, red flag of Kenya, and the lifeblood of the Commonwealth. Her 70-year reign covered the pre-independence era, the granting of self-governance, the Cold War, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and all of the other sentimental events leading to the present day. And all of that, the governments rose and fell, new nations were born, and the geopolitical sands shifted back and forth. Queen Elizabeth II remained our one constant and unshakable rock of dedication to duty, grace, sacrifice, whatever that means, public service, and the commitment to God. I'm reading this for the first time. That's why I'm reading like that. I'm just shocked. Country and family. Okay. Uhuru said Queen Elizabeth. Okay. In a statement, Buckingham Palace said the Queen named peacefully in Balmoral this afternoon. Okay. That was an interesting speech. Lifeblood? That is such an interesting statement. I mean, he really loved that woman. I don't know why. And then I think other African leaders said something in regards to this. Let's refresh ourselves with what Buhari said about her passing. Trying to find the post right now. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me see if I can share it. So, I mean, this isn't surprising. This is how they act. They're always in London anyway, so it makes sense for them to say something like this. President Mamadou Buhari says he received with eminent sadness news of the passing of Queen Elizabeth II of the UK. The Nigerian leader made his feelings known to the condolence message issued by a spokesman. He said, "My family and I, and the more than 200 million Nigerians, have learned with immense sadness of the passing of the Queen and the end of her unique and wonderful 70 years reign." Interesting statement. Our thoughts and sincere condolences are with the royal family and the people of the UK and the entire Commonwealth as we join the entire world in the mourning of her loss. The story of modern Nigeria will never be the story of modern Nigeria will never be complete without the chapter on Queen Elizabeth II. A towering global personality and outstanding outs- outstanding leader. Now, first and foremost, I mean, she literally handed you a death trap. Like, that's what Nigeria is. No offense to Nigerians here, but I mean, what have you guys done since independence that we could brag about? What have you guys done since independence that we can brag about? He's here saying that, okay, your country would never be complete without her being a chapter. without her being a global personality and an outstanding leader. That's literally what he said. Wow, that's interesting. She declared her life to making her nation, the Commonwealth, and the entire world a better place. Okay. um. Okay, so he prayed for King Charles III, and oh no, he was sad about it, and he personally mourned her passing. I guess, which is very interesting. It's very comical to me how Africans will be like, "Oh, the reason why we should respect the Queen Elizabeth, or I should say, the reason why we should respect Queen Elizabeth is because if it was not for her, we would not have independence. We would still be colonized. So you have to thank her for her coming from UK to bless us. She's a god. She's amazing." And I'm just like, yo, the real story, okay, or one of the real reasons um why we even got independence was because our ancestors fought for it first and foremost. Let's not forget about that. Like a lot of people died over independence. So let's stop acting like it was just, you know, let's stop acting like people just came in and asked and they said yes. So let's dead that narrative because that's not what happened. Secondly, the reason why all these independence ceremonies happen in the 1960s, around the 1960s, for some people it's the 1970s, but for a lot of people it's the 1960s, is because she was losing power in the Commonwealth anyways. She was. We had the Cold War that was happening around the time. Um the A lot of Europe was actually broke because of the World War. They were recovering from that. They didn't have money. So it was a strategic move to finally give these African countries independence. That's why she did it. It wasn't because she loved Africans so much. That's not why. So I'm not sure why Africans, well, some Africans speak like she was so good for giving independence. And again, not to mention the fact that these countries are not independent. I mean, you're telling me that I'm independent, but hmm, I make 5 to 10% revenue of gold sales. That's independence. You make about 80% of the sales on gold, oil, whatever resource it is. And you're talking about independence. There are literally policies that stop African countries, some African countries, from realizing or actualizing their full potential. You're telling me that's independence? A lot of these African leaders, right? A lot of these African leaders like to act stupid and dumb. Like they don't know what's going on when they are literally best friends with the British royal family. They were literally elected to be lapdogs. They were literally elected to not be independent thinkers. Think about Sankara, okay? Think about Sankara. Think about Patrice Lumumba, my favorite. He's personally my favorite. If we have an independent thinker like that or independent leader like that, their life is at stake. So, anyways, they left physically, but they did not leave without ensuring that power would not be in certain hands. Okay. They headed tap dancers and buck breaking leaders as the heads of state. Okay. Anybody who wants to argue that they're not physically controlling resources is an idiot. They're just foolish. Okay. They're just dumb. They are probably an op. They're probably an agent. If they actually think that these countries got a good deal, they did not get a good deal. And to be honest, I don't even know if they're not independent. So I don't know why some Africans always wave their flag. I don't know. Maybe it makes you feel good that you have a flag to wave, but I mean, you're not independent. Like, no country I know on that continent is independent, except maybe Botswana. Oh, and if you think your country is exempt, you can name your country in the comment section. But most of those countries are not independent. So I don't know why people are always so happy when it comes to independence ceremonies and independence days. All right. So let me see. Hmm. Oh yeah, I don't think Falcon. I know this guy. He's my friend, so hopefully this will be okay.
Hello again. This video is basically a response to a YouTuber by the name of History Debunked. Now, History Debunked is a guy who seemingly likes to report on the ills of the black community, and of course that's his right. You know, YouTube is here and available for all of us to speak our truths, so you know, I don't request that this person be cancelled or anything like that. So he's been on my radar in terms of what he discusses as he's talking about British issues, right? So the video I'm responding to is called An Update on the Ethnicity of Those Mourning the Queen Outside Buckingham Palace. So I guess he went to the palace to pay some respects, and in that video he's basically describing the demographic of the people who were around him, I guess queuing up, waiting to lay wreaths outside of Buckingham Palace, right? So basically in that video he's trying to state that there were no black people and barely any Asian people there, right? So he's using that quote-unquote intel to suggest that this is why black and Asian people and all these other immigrants can't be English or can't be British, and they don't basically belong here. That's the gist of that video. So I'll link it in the description below. Go check out his video, you know, see what you think. Again, this is not about cancellation. This is not about having any sort of outcry. I'm all open for the dialogue, but I think it's something to respond to. So fun fact, last year there was a Zulu king who died in South Africa. So this was 2021. Now, using History Debunk's logic, I just went onto Google and I searched the funeral of this king to see who or what demographic largely made up the crowds grieving for this king. And as I put on the screen right now, from the pictures taken that are at least online, they were very minimal. I mean, I do know that a royal member of the House of Monaco was there, but generally speaking, a normal white South African doesn't seem to be interested in showing quote-unquote respect to this king. And we all know white South Africans and black South Africans have a treacherous history. So this is my counter to History Debunk's video. Why didn't the South Africans show respect to this king? And my belief is that they didn't because the white South Africans don't forget, and they probably don't forgive, right? All the wrongs that the Zulus or any other native peoples in that area that killed them and probably tricked them at certain times. The white South Africans are very proud people, you know, and they definitely did fight for the land that they currently occupy. But they are not, I don't think in large droves will you expect white South Africans to show respect to the king of a group of people who were their enemy, who they were competing with for the land and resources, for their livelihood. There are far more white South Africans living in South Africa than there are so-called Black British living in the United Kingdom. But yeah, when we see these pictures of a funeral of a king whose history is related to the white South Africans, by the pictures at least, we can say that very minimal turned out to show respect to the king. Now, don't get me wrong. I sincerely believe Black British people in general need to do better when it comes to understanding the situation that we are in and what the future may hold. That might mean conforming to a greater degree. Or if you can't, then that means emigration. There is no in between. You either conform to the laws of the land to a suitable level, or you leave. I think that's a fair disposition. Addressing why certain ills befalls our community has been a key talking point in my Black and...
Okay, that video. Sorry about that. I had to clear my throat. But yeah, that video was really interesting, and I 100% agree. Like, if you're not, I'm not saying you have to mourn, and this is not just about the Queen, but I think in the countries that Black people are in, like, there has to come a time where your loyalty is gonna be tested. And are you really from that country, or are you just an immigrant, or are you just someone who's lodging there? Like, are you really gonna die for that country? Let's say if, I don't know, Australia were to declare a war right now, would you fight on the behalf of the Aussies, or would you be like, oh no, I can't do this, I gotta go, and leave? I think that's a very important element on this. And I think that a lot of us should be waking up and really realizing that we're not from these countries. Like, we're not from here. This is the point I've been trying to make so many times, and people have gotten so angry at me, like, oh, you're saying I'm not an American? Not really. You're not really an American. You still have ties to back home. You still have loyalties to other countries. You're not really an American. Like, an actual American wouldn't feel bad about, let's say, bombing Ethiopia. They wouldn't feel bad about that, but you might feel bad about that because that's your ancestral home, so to speak. So that's why when I see certain Africans, okay, and the American military, I'm like, the money must be nice, huh? The money must be nice. But, one of these days when they ask you to go to some of these countries and destabilize other people, you have to know that you are an oppressor. You have to know that you're a colonizer and you're taking on their mentality. Okay? You just have to know that. Like, you are directly playing into white supremacy. So, yeah, I don't know why Africans would join the American military, but they are. So, Black British is a myth. You are born here, but your roots lie elsewhere. Everything about you besides your birth. Thank you. Like, it's. They get so offended when we call them out because I'm like, what does Black British even mean? Um, this that country did horrible things to Black people not long ago, like to a lot of your guys' grandparents. And if they didn't, well, now there are horrible things happening to Black people. Not all, but some. The fact that there's this roadman culture everywhere, not just in UK, but in Canada, probably in America, some other places. The fact that there's a roadman culture when your parents traveled there because your country was in a civil war, because you were a refugee. So they would have thought that, your life would have been better elsewhere and you became a gangster, that's that's their system literally working on you and working on your generations. A lot of these guys are being jailed up and they're going to jail in like the age of like 25. And I'm just like, wow, that's kind of hopeless. I don't understand how your parents grinded for you to come here, for you to be a loser, and you think it's okay. Like, you can't be a loser back home in your country where there are no opportunities, and there are opportunities here, and you also choose to be a loser. And then people will be like, oh, that's white supremacy working. No, that's you being a dumbass and white supremacy working. Take some accountability because it's embarrassing when some of you guys act like this. And once again, Julius Malema is the king. He is honestly the king for, well, I won't say fully is the king because he also apparently likes white people, but he's the king for saying this and reminding Africans.
We have nothing to do with the Queen. Today, people tweet, hey, we mourn the Queen. But when Helen Zille tweeted and said that not everything is bad about colonialism, you all said Helen Zille is a racist. How can she praise colonialism? By mourning and praising the Queen, you are celebrating colonialism. You are not different from Helen Zille. We were not colonized by the land called Britain. We were colonized by the leadership of Britain that killed our people. So we must not be asked to do wrong things here. We are very clear. The Queen does not represent anything good. Britain has got a lot of gold, yet they don't have a single mine of gold. Those are stolen goods. We must talk about reparation. We must talk about the return of the gold. We must talk about the return of the stolen diamond, and not these other side issues which are not important to us. How can you be oppressed for so many years? After liberation, you've got nothing to show that we have been liberated. You have no land, you have got no bank, you've got no mine. The only thing you have is a hatred of other Africans.
Facts upon facts. And I don't know if I agree with his whole reparation thing, like asking for our artifacts back, because I just feel like that is defeat, and quite frankly that is a loss. And I'm not saying you should move on, but I don't, right now, the position that these countries are in, I don't think if you ask for anything back, it's gonna be given to you. So I think people should forget about talking like that. Like, oh, let's ask for reparations. It's not happening. Oh, let's get our artifacts back. It's not. I don't think it's happening personally. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that without black people getting angry at me, but whatever. So Queen Elizabeth, right? Queen Elizabeth. Now, this was really interesting. I did not know that one of her coronation crowns and actually a lot of her jewelry comes from Africa. Like, I did not know that. And let me see here. This is very interesting. The diamonds that have seen Queen Elizabeth through the longest reign. Huge. Somebody said that this is in the neighborhood of 400 million, like this whole crown. Um Probably think it's more. But to think that Queen Elizabeth actually paid the rightful price of even 400 million to get that crown is kind of ludicrous, you know? So it's things like this that make me think, like, do Africans have self-love? Like, do Africans love each other to give a human being who, I don't know, maybe she did good stuff for South Africa. I have no idea. I whatever good she did for South Africa couldn't exceed 400 million. I'm not gonna again say that this is such a horrible evil queen. There were much worse within that monarchy, but just Africans bending down and bowing down to her has always been very interesting to me. I don't know. I just think it's really bad, and this is why Africans, not all, but some, are the laughing stock of the world, and this is why also Caribbeans are seen in a bad light, is because we do things like this. Yeah. So once a British colony, it's no surprise that many South African diamonds made their way abroad, with the biggest of them taking its illustrious place in the crown jewels, weighing a breathtaking 3,106 carats. This colossal diamond was discovered in 1905 by Pretoria's premium mine inspector, Thomas Well, okay, whatever. But the true identity revealed, the diamond was named the Collean. The significant task of cutting the diamond was assigned. I don't care. Okay. So the largest diamond cut in the world is set as the main stone in the majestic sphere of the cross. The second star of Africa was placed in prime position front and center of the glorious imperial state crown. Wow, these are really beautiful. Anyway, these are really nice. Very, very nice. But it's interesting how they have it and they can flaunt it whenever they want. Meanwhile, these come from African nations and Africans. See, there is this video, right, of Ghanaians giving the queen gold, right? Ugh, which I even hate to admit this. But yeah, there was a video of Ghanaians giving Queen Elizabeth gold, and now the younger generation, so people who are 20s and younger, are now saying, you know what? This was the mistake of our ancestors. Like, they did not know the value of what they had. And now the sad part is, because people think that these resources are infinite for whatever reason. They think that gold is always going to be there. I don't know why they think that way. Again, I have no idea what comes to people's mind to think that gold, oil, whatever they have is always going to last. I don't know why they think that. The whole point of you having these resources is that you become like a Dubai and you use the proceeds to develop your country so that when Dubai doesn't have any more resources, it's still a touristic, destiny. Like, they're still gonna be okay. But, you know, now Ghanaians are like, oh, we made a huge mistake of just giving away gold. Like, that was a lot of gold. We really should have learned how to refine our resources. We really should have paid attention and thought of how we were going to use the gold. That's what they're saying now, and it's like, okay, it's glad that you're catching this now, but you're not a president. So Do you want to tell those old colonized people that they should stop doing this? That it's really annoying? It's making the country poor? Like, oh God. Anyways, let me see what some of you guys are saying here. You are born here and your roots elsewhere. We aren't black as an identity. We're African or Caribbean. We haven't been here for centuries. Yeah, and you know what? Like, are you guys angry at the monarchy, the institution of the monarchy? Are you guys angry at Queen Elizabeth? Because if you were to ask me, right, I would say not really angry at her personally. I'm more angry at the people who enabled that behavior. If that makes sense. Like the Queen Elizabeth was born in that position. She was born in a colonizer's position. Like she was born uh to be a bad to be to take over essentially. That's her line. So she did a good job in regards to that. What else would I expect for her to be not like that and to think of black people? Like why would she do that? So that's why I'm like not as, I guess, angry about it as other people are. One second. And that's why I'm not as angry about it. Like I'm more angry again at the institution. I'm more angry at the fact that these people won for now by colonizing other people, by looting other people's countries and other people fighting back, but ultimately being the losers. Like, that's just what happened. That is how the world is. So it's like really, it's really weird because on one hand I'm like mad, but on the other hand I'm like she did what she had to do. No, it just it's like this thing that I can't really condemn her that much, even though I personally don't like her because I don't know her. So I feel good not liking her. But I mean, why did these African leaders just and why are they doing this now as well? Like back in the day, it makes sense because they, were begging for independence. So they had to be nice. They had to play nice. They had to shake her hand, dance with her, whatever. Like, it makes sense. It makes sense why that generation had to do that. But the current generations now, I don't really understand why they're so loyal. Why they're so loyal to the monarchy. They'll be like, "Oh, we're still part of the Commonwealth, so we have to be loyal." And I'm just like, is this really how black people globally think? Because if this is how black people globally think, I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen to black people in the future if they are cool, you know, always being subservient to somebody else. And for some people, certain countries, I won't say the names, but for certain countries who come on here, their panelists come on here all the time and say they're the best black people, they're the most ahead. I'm seriously sitting here wondering when your governments are not going to be part of the Commonwealth anymore. I'm just wondering when, if that's a concern of yours. We got certain African countries that have English only as the official language. Only English. as the official language. And you have Africans out here talking about they're so African. Talking about, oh, I'm the best, I'm the first people in the world. So how is your language English? Like, I don't get it. This is so frustrating. You know, you had some people say that they're the giants of Africa, you know, they're the big brother of Africa. But then when you really look at what's going on in their country, you're like, giants of what? You know, giant of what? Oh, they're gonna be so mad at me. They're gonna be like, oh, Ghana. I already admitted to you that Ghana is one of the most colonized countries in the world, so it's whatever. But you cannot tell me that you are the giants of Africa and you have nothing to show for it. Like, how? Oh, please. This fake pride that some people have is just disgusting. Zimbabwe is not part, really it isn't? Huh. Well, at least they did something right. At least they did something right. Oh, yeah. You know, it's really funny when it's really interesting when Africans are like, "Oh yeah, they owe us this, they owe us that." And I'm like, um, who's gonna tell them that they're never gonna get those things? Who's going to tell these people that you're never gonna UK is never gonna return something that belongs to you? That's not what they do. So I don't know what, just by asking, just by asking, I mean, not by fighting for it, not by declaring war, which I know is kind of stupid because, you know, look at these militaries, how are you gonna win? But no threats, nothing, and you're just asking that they return something back to you. That's never happening. Anyways, I'm gonna play one more clip and then open up the line if anyone has anything to say. Yeah, I think I just said it all, but I'll ask you guys a question later. Which one should I play? I can't play the colonized Ghana one again because that's what got me in trouble. Which, okay, let me see if I can find. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a different video that is not owned by, I guess, them, that shows Ghanaians praising the queen for whatever reason. And this is the most interesting part about it, is that, you know, some countries you got rid of your chiefs, so it's whatever. Like, I get it, okay? But for countries who still have their kings, I'm wondering why you treat Elizabeth, or you treated Elizabeth way better than your kings back home. Like, that's why when Africans say they love each other, I'm like, that's not true. Please stop lying. Like, these Africans will sit here and tell you, okay, that they love each other. And I'm like, that's not the case, because it's just not. Like, stop lying and telling people that you guys love each other. Now, I found a video. Okay. So if I get a violation or something, just stay here. The video will come back. That's what I have to do right now. But I'm trying to, let me see. Hold on. I think we already watched the beginning of this, so I don't want to play all of that. I'm just gonna play the part, a small clip where they actually give the gold to her, not the whole video. And you know what's interesting? I guess I'll leave the sound off. You know what's interesting is that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, I call him out sometimes. You guys know I do that. Not that I like to, but it's just commentary. But yeah, so that's the present that was given to her. Or I should go back. Yeah, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, right, is deemed as one of the wokest, okay, one of the most forward thinking African presidents. Isn't he? Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is seen as a Pan African god in these spaces, right? So it's just interesting to me that this Pan African god also was so. I don't, again, I don't know if this was an act that he was thinking about, future generations by doing this, but this present was clearly approved by him. It's not like the Ghanaians were like, "Oh, we're just gonna give it the Queen Gold," and Kwame Nkrumah had no idea of it. He knew. So I just find it very interesting how this woke Pan African god, as some people would like to call him, is the one caping for her. It's just so then when I look at his actions or when I analyze his actions, it makes sense why a lot of Ghanaians had that mindset at that time. Okay. So Kwesi saying Africans care more about who has the best jollof rice? Stop. Why is that such a stereotype? Why is that such a stereotype that's actually true? It's sad, man. Um, Africans failed to rally for Zimbabwe. Um, yeah, what was happening in Zimbabwe is that a lot of Africans, right? Again, if you have a leadership that says that um they love Queen Elizabeth or whatever, the leadership already sided with the West. And they're not going to go against their best interest to support, let's say, Robert or a Zimbabwe when they're going through sanctions. It's very, very interesting, but yeah, unfortunately, that's what happened. Because even if we look at what happened in the situation with, was it Mali? Yes, Mali, with the coup d'etat, specifically looking at what ECOWAS stance was, you would think, oh, okay, well, these people want to kick, France out. These people are waking up. These people are doing something that's revolutionary. Like, let's at least not sanction them. Okay, let's at least not do that. Maybe we don't have to show public support for obvious reasons, but let's not rattle with Mali, but they did. ECOWAS, Nigeria, Ghana as the head. I think Ghana is the president of ECOWAS. So Ghana especially. President Nana Akufo-Addo, who keeps begging the diaspora to come back to Ghana for whatever reason. That's the only thing he knows how to do is beg foreigners to come to Ghana. But he does not care about his West African brothers at all. He doesn't. So yeah, okay. I'm gonna quickly let me first and foremost drop the link if anyone has anything to add. If you have anything to add to this, do you feel bad for the past the past I noticed that the older generation, right? The older generation is so sad. They're so sad by this. And I'm just like, you know, the monarchy's not going anywhere. There's gonna be a king and a queen and a king and a queen. It's not like it's over. I don't know why they're here crying like, oh, Queen Elizabeth. Where is that Jamaican video? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Because Jamaicans, what's up with you guys? Like, in terms of the Caribbean, right? What's up with these Jamaicans? The reason why I'm asking this is because I've met a lot of Jamaicans before, and I've met some Jamaicans who said that they are British first, before, no lie. I've met Jamaicans who said, oh yeah, I'm British, I'm British, you know, I'm British. And they don't live in England. So I'm just like, what's with this some Jamaicans mentality that the queen or you are just so great? Like, I don't get it. Let me see if I could play it. Hold on. Let me play it real quick. Really quick. And again, Jamaicans are the only Caribbeans I've met that said that they are British for whatever reason.
Kingdom, but the face of the monarchy to many countries in the Commonwealth. In total, there are 56 independent countries, including India, Pakistan, and South Africa. New Yorkers from around those nations, around the globe, are reflecting on what the Queen's death means.
New Yorkers from the West Indies go for their grocery shopping. And today, where shoppers and employees from Jamaica reflect on the Queen's death.
She treat us well. You know, she look up for the country.
We're going to miss her. She's a wonderful person.
Charity always donating and stuff like that.
Ryan
was like, I'm gonna miss her. She's a wonderful person. The guy was like, oh, she always did charity. She always did donations to Jamaica. And I'm like, have anyone really peeped what's going on in Jamaica right now? Jamaica's not a country to brag about at all. Like, if we're talking about the Caribbean, I'll brag about Barbados, I'll brag about Trinidad, I'd brag about Antigua. Jamaica, oh, where the single mother rate is really high, where crime is so no, Jamaica's in trouble.
Martin, who works security at one of the market stores, remembers catching a glimpse of the Queen when she visited the country in 2002. She was still regarded as Jamaica's queen, now a largely symbolic role, until her death.
It was good because everybody was excited to see the Queen, so it was a very good thing.
The Prime Minister of Jamaica says all Jamaican flags on public buildings will be flown at half-mast for 12 days. Some of the customers here say they'd like to find ways to pay respect here in New York. But some customers told us they were not fans of the royal family and their history. That includes Leroy Cummins, who moved here from Barbados in the 60s.
There are many things that we're concerned about, reparations and all different things that, you know, that occurred, you know, but on the behalf of her and her family, my condolences go out to their family.
And in Yonkers, the Queen's death is the talk of the tavern at Rory Dolan's. Waitress Maria Friel from Northern Ireland says many of her friends and family resent the Queen, but not her.
I thought she was a great woman. I technically look at her as like she was a grandmother, you know, she was a mother, and I'm kind of looking at that aspect of it more so than, you know, growing up in the North and being better.
As for Martin,
we love the Queen in Jamaica.
He says his family back home is mourning the Queen as well. Tim McNicholas, CBS 2 News.
As the world marks the death of Queen Elizabeth II, we begin today's show looking at how she had many subjects throughout the former British.
All right. So now I'm going to add Terrell really quick, and you got Bumble clap for real. So I'm gonna add Terrell really quick, and yeah, continue with the conversation about this.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Thanks.
Oh, I'm good. Good to be back on here.
Yeah,
So
I'm
I
glad to
see.
be back now.
So I see Queen Elizabeth is gonna be the new topic for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's, to be honest, I forgot how many countries are in the Commonwealth, but it's a lot. Let me actually
Yeah,
Google that.
I still believe that Jamaica's still part of Commonwealth. Is Trinidad still part of it?
Yeah, Trinidad's still part of the Commonwealth.
Okay, because I had a Trinidadian told me that they their own country now. I said, no, y'all still part of Commonwealth. And and I think Guyana used to be a part of Commonwealth too, huh?
Guyana, yeah.
Guyana and
So that's why there's a lot because I notice with Americans and people in Ireland and people in certain countries, it's like, okay, whatever. But with people in the Commonwealth, Canada included, it's a little different because she's literally the head of state. Like I don't know how to describe it. The she's the queen. She's not the prime minister, so not the most
no, she don't
important
control
person,
politics.
but she's been there for 70 years, so she's been there for a very, very long time. Yeah.
She have ceremonial duties.
Yeah. And as she got older, her kids have been taking over. So even though people could be like, oh, whatever, I mean, her kids have been taking over other duties. So,
Yeah, because when she get too old, she couldn't be doing all of that.
yeah, Bangladesh,
Especially when you get in your
a lot of
70s and 80s.
countries.
That woman was holding for dear life with that drone. She trying to make it past 100.
Oh, yeah.
She didn't want to give up that power.
St. Lucia, Jamaica. Wow, almost every Caribbean is in here. That's interesting. Europe, Cyprus, Australia, yeah. Fiji. Okay, I did not know about
So
that.
these are Pacific Islander countries.
She got there too. She got everywhere.
Cyprus is more like a Mediterranean country.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
But
think.
yeah, how do you feel about people grieving about her passing?
Well, I'm gonna just say for the people in like the Caribbean and African countries and Asians,
Yeah,
they just don't know their history because a lot of them just mourning the death of a woman that did evil things to their country and people, and a lot of them are brainwashed. You just way things bad in the country right now because of her and the other foreign powers. So I don't know why
yeah,
they want to mourn the death because that woman was nothing good. She was evil.
yeah. No, definitely, definitely.
And
I
there's nothing to worry about that family because the warrior family, when it was first started, they were handpicked Germans. And
exactly.
they wasn't British at all.
Of course, their last name is Mountbatten. So yeah, during I think the Second World War, it was very interesting because all of their cousins were essentially fighting. So they tried to remove themselves to be more British or English, and they're not English. So I don't know. English people love them, but they're not English. They're German. So just knowing how Germ Germanic or German people were at that time, they pretty racist. So what makes me think that she's not?
I think she is racist to be. That whole family is.
A whole family? You think the whole family is racist?
Most likely.
Yeah.
You see how Meghan Markle being treated as a biracial, and she's a light-skinned biracial, and she gets so much hate. That's like, in the UK, they don't think about not too big on black people, even people that are half white. Okay, you don't look nothing like them, you ain't accepted. Same thing here in America.
I actually forgot about that. I forgot the whole Meghan Markle debacle, but yeah, you're right. When Meghan Markle was giving birth to her child, a lot of people were wondering what the baby would look like. Would the baby have black features? They were really concerned about that. And I'm like, wow.
The baby probably gonna come out more white since the dad is full white and she's half white. So
Oh no, the baby looks white.
yeah, there ain't enough
Luckily.
blacks. It's ain't like we're a black person. If you're half white and half black, and you get with a fully black man, that baby gonna come out mostly black. You can't even call it biracial no more. You can only call them like part white.
Right, right. Do you have a feeling though that if she gave birth to a baby that looked very black, that she would do that she would try to get rid of her, like she's known to do?
Yeah, they would be deeply afraid if it was a
Wow.
very black baby. It don't even have to be fully black, just black appearing enough. It could be either light skin brown, and they would still freak out and want nothing to do with that baby.
Is I don't know, man, because when it comes to the Caribbean countries, let's say that she rules over, I think they will wake up. I definitely do because they're diasporas and diasporas seem to be ahead. Canada's cool with being in the Commonwealth because they get a lot of benefits.
Well, I hope they
The
do
same
wake
with
up.
Australia and New Zealand. But yeah, the non-white nations, especially these African countries, I really don't know why they haven't rebelled yet. Like I'm dead serious. I don't know why
Yeah,
they're
me
so
too.
loyal to this.
The only one that we built was Barbados.
Yes, Barbados is the only one that rebelled.
And more of need to rebuild.
That's why when a lot of these people talk about how woke they are, I don't believe them.
Or they
I think
ain't
they're
woke fully
lying.
enough.
Huh?
They ain't woke fully enough. And you can't say that woke award in certain states in America because a specific group or political party, mainly people who are conservative, Republican, they
Yeah.
don't like that word woke.
Really?
Yeah,
That's interesting.
they try and hide their history of slavery and racial oppression.
But let me ask you this. Do you think that Africans, blacks, should just cut their deuces or just cut their losses and just move on? Or like what should they do about this?
They need to be independent and break free of the Commonwealth and ask for reparations from the UK.
Yeah.
Never they need it. Yeah. They need cash payments. They need visa free to go to their countries back and forth. And all the gold and artifacts and stuff they stole from their countries, they needed to return it back in the gold.
It's just like it's so demoralizing just knowing that this happened again not that long ago because colonization lasted about 50 years. Um yeah, colonization lasted about 50 years. So these countries have been free for about 60 years. And I'm like, how long do people need to just study this and remember what happened? Like, again, not saying you have to be racist. If you want to be racist, that's cool. Because I don't even think black people can be racist, to be honest.
Black people
Um,
can be bigoted.
hmm?
I said black people can be bigoted, but not racist.
What's bigoted? Sorry, what is that? What does that mean?
Well, if they got something against a particular group and they just don't like the group because of any reasons, because racist usually mean when you're superior and better than people. Bigoted usually means when they just don't like a certain group or a certain person.
Yeah, black people should do that because yeah, black people should finally, I think, stand up for themselves and grow a pair because it's just embarrassing. Like,
You say black Americans?
no, black people, like in
Okay.
general. Yeah. So, because, and the reason why I'm saying that, especially black Americans are actually kind of lucky in their maybe not so lucky, but they're kind of exempt from the outside world because they only have to worry about America. Really, um, that's what they need to focus on or should focus on. But everyone else, it's so much. It's weird because you have to worry about the UK, you have to worry about France, you have to worry about Portugal, you have to worry about all these other places. It's sad. It's really really sad. And then when you have oh, anyone can be racist. I don't know. Can they? How can black people be racist though? I mean, not liking whites. That's not. I don't think you not liking someone is being racist. At least I don't think it is. I would say that maybe you causing inflicting harm on somebody, economically and politically shutting somebody down, I think that would be racist. But just not liking someone is not racist. Though there's a group of people I don't like, and they're not white, but I don't like them. I don't think that's me being racist. But yeah, go ahead, Terrell.
But yeah, what I was saying is that racism can be mean anything, but usually means hurt, harm, kill, sabotage, and any way to destroy a person's way of life.
There is somebody in the background, but I don't know who they are. But let me add them to the stream. 1 second. Oh, and let me actually check out what Brian has said. Yeah, Andre, just wait a second. I will actually add you. Cannot join on the train. I had an interesting conversation with Cree Native from Canada. Thanks for the super chat. Definitely appreciate it. And yes, Canada, US are, they have racist backgrounds. Like, let's just be honest here. It's okay to acknowledge that. It is. I would say I'm still here. By the way, Andre, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think some black people
Oh,
can be.
Andre. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, is my mic working?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think black people can come out as racist, but I don't think white people would be like hurt emotionally, but they can come out as racist, and they can they can be racist, but it doesn't have a like a weight to it. You know, the black when black people are racist, it's usually it's not gonna have a weight to like you calling somebody a c word. That's what I think. But I
Yeah.
definitely think black people can be racist.
Same here. And I agree with you on, well, I agree with you on what you just said. Like, if black people are racist, what does that mean to other groups of people? Nothing really. I mean, if a black person comes out and says they hate white people, it's not going to do anything, especially if they're living in a white country. Like, that's actually pathetic if you ask me. But yeah. Terrell, you can go ahead.
I'll be back right quick. I gotta get me something to eat.
All right, no problem, no problem. So I'm gonna quickly play this clip before we come back. The I don't know if you guys have seen this movie, but I hope a lot of you guys have watched it. It's the Patrice Lumumba movie. I just want people to know that this is what happened during colonization. Like, there were white people everywhere. Let me turn this on. Okay. Yeah. So basically, that is probably the reason why the older generation, I think, has a subservient role to these colonial powers, is because they had actual direction and contact with that. So it makes sense why someone like a grandmother or grandfather would speak very highly of the queen, because that was, they were looking, literally looking up towards them. But this younger generation's, I don't know, something is really, really wrong. I'm not saying you gotta be racist and hate white people, not what I'm saying at all. But why do you just treat foreigners so good when foreigners have done nothing for you? I don't get it. And we see this now with some countries, with the Chinese in some of these countries. They're treating you bad in your own country, and it's like, because of money, you're quiet. Like, is that the legacy of Africans, to just treat anybody who has money good? No, regardless of if they show you that they care about you or not. That's embarrassing. Like, in other people's countries, you can't just go in there and be a chief just because you donate money. But Africans, like, have no self-love. I'm convinced. They'll sit here and all the time on panels talk about how their tribe is so good. And it's like, you look at what their country is doing today, and it's like, this is embarrassing. Why are you like this? You're representing all of us.
You can't even talk about the Jews any like like a Palestinian prime minister said like our people been through 50 times of the Holocaust, and the Europeans got offended. Like, how can you say anti-Semitic things? And the Germans literally didn't want to have relationship with the Palestinians, but with black people, it's different. They're very forgiving.
Why do you think black people are very forgiving?
I don't know. I think they're just. I don't know. Something is wrong with them. Maybe it has to do with them being diverse race.
I actually agree with you. There has, like, I used to not think this way so lowly of black people or Africans or anybody like that, but now I do, because it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to want to hug somebody that spits at you and calls you monkey all the time. Like, it just makes no sense to me.
Yeah, and with the Jews, you can't even say anything
Nope, you
anti-Semitic
can't.
about them. Like they're united, you know. Like
Yeah, Africans, I don't see the unity. I don't see it. Like, yes, Africans have helped Africans historically, but when we're talking about, helping the continent, or I don't see Africans wanting to help other Africans or even black people like that. I don't see it. Not right now, at least. I'm not saying it can never happen, because there are things happening in the background and I'm very happy about it, but just not enough of Africans are doing this. So it just makes me think, like, have these Africans forgot that they are owned by France or the UK? Like, have they just forgotten that? I don't get it. You see what you guys are saying? In Kenya, is Kenya still doing the 3 days of mourning? Yep. So we're gonna go ahead and add a bullet to this. Is that him?
African Millennium, 3 days. You're joking.
Huh?
3 days.
No, Kenya actually, Kenya, right? The nation of Kenya that is so advanced, for whatever reason, they're mourning 3 days.
Well, I think it has to do with like a powerful bank in UK. You know, like they like. I think they're doing for bigger power. I don't know. These leaders are. I don't know. I don't think they care about that woman. I think they
So
don't
you
want to lose anything.
so they're doing it for political reasons, is what
Yeah,
you think?
yeah. I think even like the Somalian leader said something about it. Oh my God, she was so great, and
You know what
she.
was the justification for this? Well, for some people, they said that she was a national, like a national, so many countries sovereign identity, so it makes sense to revere her. It makes sense to, say something about her, because she represented so much power.
The problem is very bigger than her. It's like the bloodline of her family
Yeah.
just destroyed of the African, the native people. Like this woman has a very like a family. Some destroyed the black race. Like they done very horrible things. I don't know why celebrate her. I think it has to do with like some power that the Kenyan leaders like or are they getting money? Like I don't think they give a fuck about that her. Like I don't get
Because your
why every
country,
African leader is saying, "Oh my gosh, she was so great. Rest in peace."
for like, rest in peace. I'm gonna, what killed me, when that guy was like, I'm gonna miss her so much.
Yeah, it makes sense the Canada leader to say that, but not African. Like
Yeah, no, no,
this
no,
bitch
not
literally cut off your balls.
President Buhari is like, oh yeah, on behalf of 200 million plus Nigerians, we feel bad for this lady. Like, bro, she was 96. She was old. Like, I was even wondering when she was gonna die. Like, I was like, is she gonna reach 100? Like, when is this woman gonna die? I was thinking in my head.
Bro, even the Irish people are like, nah, bitch, we don't give a fuck.
Exactly. How about Swedish? Do they care, or are they like whatever?
They care because she's like from like a very like historically that family meant a lot for the white race, you know. They care because of that. Like it means very special. It's like a for the white people, it's like a Malcolm X, you know. It's like some special. But for black people, this bitch cut off your balls. Like I don't know why you're doing this.
You're gonna go ahead and let Bullet and John. I have a rebuttal for that, but yeah, Bullet, you can go ahead.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. The thing is, I do not think the African presidents are like sincere to what they are saying. I think they are just acting as if they are hurt because you have to remember, let's say, for example, Kenya decides on being honest, and the president of Kenya says, "We do not mourn Queen Elizabeth." I can tell you that for the next coming months, investment in Kenya is going to go down.
Yeah.
Sometimes they are not doing this because they really love the Queen. I think they are just pretending to be hurt that she's gone.
So, because of the power in the international sphere, you believe that they're just pretending to care, that they don't actually care the queen is gone?
Yeah. The thing is, with us, the African youth, we think our leaders are stupid. That's the problem. This,
Yeah.
if it was all that easy to make Africa great, they could have done it a long time ago. The thing is, the Western powers are they have all the investments, and if they place sanctions on your country, it's a problem. So these people are not stupid. They are just pretending to be hurt that Queen Elizabeth is gone.
Interesting. So, just saying Europeans would never do a 3 day of mourning for African leaders. And that's correct, but I don't expect them to ever do that because let's be honest here, like, why would they do that? You know what I mean? Like, when an African leader or a great African king passes away, I expect the Africans to care about that, no one else.
Even
It's
look,
only
even
Africans that do the opposite, but why
Sweden is
would
not
an
giving that.
African leader care if Buhari dies? Like, who cares?
Exactly. Even Sweden is not giving that bitch 3 days. Like they don't. It's not their king, you know. It's not
Yeah,
her.
it's not their king, exactly.
It's not. They're like rest in peace, and they put her on media. But for these dusty Africans, I think it has to do with like money, you know, or the British might not drop water or like food. Maybe they're scared. Maybe I
Well,
think.
that does make sense because some of these countries say, well, some of these leaders of these countries are like, we Africans cannot be begging them anymore. But then it's like when something goes bad, you're literally at the IMF next day, chilling with them in London. So I guess I expect too much from these people.
Even the food security like for the Horn of Africa is a British man, you know, like it makes sense these Africans like are, oh my god, we give a fuck.
That's hilarious. I'm gonna add Lizzie to the stream, but I really like what Julius Malema. I can't believe I'm agreeing with this guy for once in my life. The EFF member, what he said. No, a lot of people needed to hear that because a lot of these other African presidents were shucking and jiving and like, Queen Elizabeth, I love you so much. I'm gonna miss you. But Julius Malema was like, maybe because he's not a president, he was like, yeah, I don't care. I love
Yeah,
that.
I also think so because Julius Malema he's not representing 60 million people.
Yeah.
So even if they become angry because of what Julius Malema said, what are they going to do to Julius Malema? Nothing. They can't do anything to Julius Malema. But let our president do that. Hey, it will be problems for all of us.
Hi, African Millennial, how are you?
Good, thanks.
How's everyone on the panel?
We good.
Hello, everyone on the panel. I'm greeting you guys.
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
What's up, man?
How are Lucy?
No, good, guys. Yeah, nice topic. African millennial at the right time. You know, yeah, I've been looking at this. I think every black person has been looking at this and the reaction. But I mean, some of these things were expected. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
black nations and black people in all, we are individuals. You know, and as Bullet was saying, African leaders have to play. They have to maneuver around this system. At the end of the day, Africa is not owned by Africans, at least for now. You know, so we basically receiving crumbs from these Western countries. I mean, we don't even fund our own development, as Bullet said. They're begging for investment and all that. So it basically, even our leaders are begging to the West. So they have to kiss the ass for now and do all the show, you know, and dance to the queen. I mean, it makes sense. But I think Malema is just a populist. If he was a president, he wouldn't be saying these things he's saying. He's just a populist now, and he will never be a president of South Africa. So, I mean, what he said is correct. You know, I don't go against what he said. But Malema is just playing game. Not in 2016 or 17. He ran to Oxford. There he probably met the royals in that time as well. So Malema is someone who's just playing the game, you know. Like I remember, I think 2 months ago, he was all for BRICS, saying all the nice things about the East, BRICS, Russia, we must support Russia. And then 2 weeks after that, he goes to Spain, a member of NATO, and he was attending apparently a wedding, according to him. So he's playing for both sides. Malema is looking for himself.
African freedom African freedom fighter, you can go ahead. Speaking of EFF.
Yeah, what's up, AM? And everyone in the chat. By the way, hey, shout out to my AVI, you know, the greatest African fighter on earth.
Hitler?
Yeah. You know why I put that up there? Just to explain, I think you know, but just to explain to everyone else, I was hearing a lot of Afro-coons, as I like to call them, thanking the Queen for decolonizing Africa, because it mostly happened during her reign. And I heard someone on Twitter said, look, if you really want to thank a white person, you should thank Hitler, because he's the reason both the French and the British Empire had to decolonize, because he pretty much bankrupted them with the World War II. Unintended consequences of Hitler led to Africa's decolonization. So, you know, I call him Africa's greatest fighter, greatest freedom fighter from now on. But yeah, on this topic, look, what would I do if I was an African leader? I would also, you know, say RIP to the Queen, condolences to the family, and then, you know, just keep it short and simple. I don't agree with what Kenya's doing with the, you know, the whole 3 to 4 day mourning period or whatever. But yeah, you know, you're a diplomat as a country. Just send her a nice message, you know, RIP, whatever, and keep it moving. No need to eulogize. And yeah, like Malema does stuff. I kind of agree with Malema is an opposition leader. He's a perennial opposition leader. He's okay with that position. He's going to say random weird shit that you cannot say as the actual leader of the country. And, you know, you guys, even though I'm I don't really care for Malema, you guys criticize for way too much, bro. Like, every time this dude is in a room with white people, it's like, oh, you're playing both sides. Like, I saw the thing where he went to Spain. It's like, dude, if he gets called for some wedding or event in Spain, he can go. That doesn't mean he's pro-NATO now or anti-NATO. It is what it is.
No, but that's because
now the picture of him with the blonde white chick on his lap, that's inexcusable. But the other stuff, you know.
But that's because
the other stuff doesn't make any sense. It is what it is.
But this political party has been funded by who? It's the same Westerners. So that's dangerous, because he says these, but on weekends he wears their Gucci's and receive funds from them. So you see, he's really two-faced. You can't dodge that. So he preaches
like a look, Lozi, I'm not disagreeing with you. when I look at Malema reminds me of you guys know the Al Sharpton character from the Boondocks, right? Or the Boondocks version of that fat Al Sharpton character, right? Malema reminds me of that shit, man. Like it's clear what he does. Like he knows his lane. He's making money out of it. It is what it is. Like I don't even pay that much attention to him anymore.
Hey man, we're ready to adopt that guy to any African country that.
Yo, but on a serious note, AM, this is something I wanted to ask Bullet and fellow South Africans. I was going to ask Musanda. I was actually, hasn't it surprised you how people get pissed at some black South Africans saying F the Queen? Like, I've seen a lot of white South Africans on Twitter and stuff getting pissed at people disrespecting the Queen's death and so on from SA. I'm like, dude, why do people care? Like, it is what it is.
Yeah, that was my initial reaction too. But then I was like, if I was the Queen, I probably would do the same thing. So whatever. I don't really.
Guys,
yeah.
I wanted to know, what do you think about the statement that Malema did about Kenya after the elections? Because I think he got a backlash for commenting on Kenyan politics.
What did he say? I didn't hear this.
He said that Kenyan people should accept the elections and that they shouldn't, they shouldn't fight. I'm just paraphrasing it. They shouldn't fight because I don't remember exactly what he said, but
Bro, he's right. To be honest with you,
I think he needed
like
to leave.
I'm not a fan of people commenting on other countries that are all the way on the other side of Africa. But if you're gonna do it, what he said was actually right. To be honest, man. Like AM, this dude Raila Odinga is bitching and moaning for the 25th time. Like, this guy's a perennial loser who cries every single time, man. Just get over it.
You know what's the problem?
Look,
because
okay, AM, let's just be fair. I'm saying he shouldn't comment, but when other people outside of Africa comment on your country, you don't get offended. So if an African comments on your country, he's from a better country than you, just take it to chest. South Africa is a better country than Kenya, so it is what it is.
No, the thing is, Malema. When Malema comments and when he likes a certain leader in Africa, I become skeptical. Because Malema is a sellout. That's why I was questioning myself. Why is Malema saying that?
All of them are sellouts, bro.
Huh?
If that's the standard, then you can't trust any African politicians because technically they all sell out.
Yeah, the thing is, Bullet is right. The thing is, Malema is very influential, bro. This guy, I think, is really connected with big people around the world. So when he supports a specific politician in a specific nation, there is something on the table for him. Trust me.
Yeah.
Influential with who? Yeah. Yo, influential with who?
I was wondering.
If Malema makes a comment about Ghana, does that change anything in Ghana? Malema's a nobody outside of Texas.
About Ghana. I wish he does that.
It's not just a comment. His comment about Kenyan politics at that time when the Kenyans just finished voting, that was too controversial for him to comment at that moment. He should have just shut up and waited, but then he goes.
They should have said it later.
We got a South African
Not
in here.
at the same time. Like, he should have said it a bit after the election, right?
African millennial, because I was questioning it because he wanted the Kenyans to accept the elections the way they turned out to be. That's why I was questioning whether this guy, maybe the president that won, he's pro-West. So maybe they told Malema to endorse him, maybe convince the Kenyans to comment on it, to convince the Kenyans to accept that guy to maybe take over. I was just
Bullet. I think it's because of Kenya's history with past election. They've had some violence in the past, post-elections, because of the controversy of the results. So I think he was just trying to say, don't kill.
Bruh,
Oh my God, you guys have me
know
defending Malema now. Yo, let me just stop.
But
Bruh,
listen, why
let
doesn't
me just give
Malema? Huh?
Let me give you a typical example. We've got a situation of Zimbabwe with ZANU-PF,
Yeah,
which is holding the country backward, right? It's holding the country in terms of if they change the system, if they change the admin there, the new admin might come with new systems and attract more investors. Malema hardly comments on the issue of Zimbabwe, but he will comment on other issues. Like remember for Swaziland, Bullet, when his ground comrades, so-called ground comrades, were marching to the border of Swaziland. And that he didn't entertain that shit. He was about to put some bullets on them. So when Malema does something, he does it with intentions, and he does everything that is going to benefit him. He doesn't do anything that is not going to benefit him. Trust us on that.
Yeah. And another thing is that why every time ZANU-PF is the ruling party of Zimbabwe, every time they win, when Malema comments, he says that they are stealing votes. He doesn't say that the people of Zimbabwe should accept the elections the way they turned out to be. He's saying that they are stealing
Well,
votes.
Bullet, to be honest, man, ZANU-PF is stealing votes, man. Who can trust the kid? You can't compare the Kenyan election versus the Zimbabwean elections, man. Those are not even on the same level. Like the Kenyan election is a relatively free election.
That's true.
There's no point in even voting in Zimbabwe, bro. Come on. Like, oh my God. Bullet, bro,
Guys, wait. Don't be.
Hey, Bullet is making me defend Julius Malema. Please change the topic, man. Look, in the past, Kenya had some serious violence when the elections were pretty close.
African Millennium, why you guys do this? Why you guys in West Africa? Why you guys make a slave tribe, some movie about tribes used to have selling slaves? Like, why you guys do this in West Africa? Like,
oh, you're talking about the new movie, bro? They're not the one making it. It's Hollywood that's making it. You think West Africans have any opinion?
You guys lost.
Why are you asking them?
Yeah, but they lost to 5 Frenchmen, and they're like.
Why are you saying you guys?
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
Bro,
why?
It's not even her tribe.
Make a movie about this. Like, this is copying.
West Africa didn't make a movie on it. Andre, it's not West Africa.
It's not.
It's Hollywood,
Africa?
bro. You think a dusty West African has a choice on the movie that's being made?
What? Why you guys do this?
But the reason why the movie's on the homie is, irregardless of them selling slaves, right? They were a very powerful empire, so that's why the movie's being made. They weren't.
Yeah, but you lost to
50
Frenchmen. Like, it's kind of cringe to make a movie about that.
No, but it wasn't
Wait,
just
you guys,
about slavery.
they lost to 50 Frenchmen.
Yes, with guns. Like, they just fucking.
Yo, that's an L, man.
Big L.
Look, that movie's an L, man. First of all, you guys couldn't get Pearl Tusi or someone to act in that movie. Like, why do we have to watch it?
Bro, I think
no, let me not say.
Bro, I think Hollywood is laughing at y'all, bro.
Nah, not Pearl Tusi. Not Pearl Tusi. That woman can't act, man. Like, come on, no.
Yeah,
yes,
she's hot.
You know what I
mean.
Only African Americans made slave movies, man.
It's not a slave movie. It's the women fighting and losing, I guess.
Yeah, and
maybe it's based on.
Did sell slaves, but that's not all that they did, by the way.
Yeah, but the woman is gonna get white zaddy French.
AM, is it true that they lost to 50 Frenchmen?
No.
They did. They did lose to France. They lose to France.
It could be a possibility.
Now, Andre, did they lose to 5,000 Frenchmen or 50 Frenchmen? You see, there's a huge difference.
I don't know. The number is around hundreds, Frenchmen. Like, you guys got cooked, and you guys are. I don't know. And the movie is called some slave selling tribe, some shit like that. And the woman gets a fucking Frenchman, and bro, this is.
Yo, AM, you guys are an L, man.
You'll be
Bro,
this is
good for
actually
Hollywood.
propaganda for why women shouldn't be in the military. How are you losing to less than 1,000 French?
Bro,
I
she fucks a
agree.
white
I
daddy on the
agree.
fucking film, man.
Where were the men
Yo,
that
AM,
time?
you know, I'm gonna be honest, AM. The only reason I'm not gonna watch that movie is because the women are ugly, man. I can't support ugly black women getting promotion like this.
But
They should have
African
had some good-looking women
that's
there.
not okay.
No. But on a serious note, no. On a serious note, if this was no. You see, no. This AM. This is a serious question. If this was a Vikings movie where they're showing women Vikings, do you think those women are going to be as clapped as the women that they're showing for this
Let me show
African
you the main
female?
cast. Look at
Bro,
that.
look at
That's
the bro. That chick looks like a toad, man. I'm sorry, I can't watch that shit.
Yeah, man. Like,
Guys,
why
guys,
do
listen,
this?
listen,
AM,
guys.
just Google the movie so that you can show these other guys the women. Nah, bro,
Nah,
that can't be black women
they are-
representation, man. I'm not supporting that.
Yeah, but
They are-
the Western media celebrates the most masculine black women. So that's the point. They want to show
Yeah.
how masculine black women are. They don't care about the feminine black women.
So you guys,
This is a propaganda. The French are literally saying, we ended slavery because we killed these niggas. They used to sell the biggest slave in West Africa. Like, this is the tribe known for selling slaves.
ones, you know.
The 50 Frenchmen ended slavery in West Africa, to be honest.
Are you sure it's 50?
Yes. We need to thank them.
AM, let me tell you that I saw the trailer of that movie and the way those women were training. I thought they were fighting real wars, man. Like not 50 people, like real wars. But I don't believe this story.
That's a history
Like
fact, though. Those
Bullets.
Frenchmen ended their slavery.
Only Bullet. You saw the trailer, right? Only you saw the trailer, right?
Yeah, I saw it.
Only one white man was ever harmed in that whole movie, according to that trailer. The one white man that they kidnapped, bro.
But did you guys ever see the old Shaka Zulu movie? How they did that movie? So you have Shaka Zulu standing tall as a king in that movie, and he's the only most masculine man. And the rest of our Zulu men, then they use the most tiny men they can find, and they just make this sound. And that's not how we are. They just make when they go to fight, they make this weird sound. I hate that movie, bro. And it's one of the movies that was so well marketed and went to be seen around the world, bro. That's how we are.
They are doing another one.
Yo, Lozi, you know what the problem is? Shaka Zulu looked like an actual Zulu person or Venda person, and the others look like Khoisan, bro. Like his other soldiers look like Khoisan, bro.
They look Pedi and Zwana. They look Pedi and Zwana, not Zulu.
That's not how his military was. His military was well ironed. They were well trained. They were probably similar size to him because he was the tribes that he was conquering. He was picking the best men to be in his military, and they were not making that funny sound when they were going to war. They probably made a strong sound that will scare the enemy, like how they portray the Spartans. You see how they exaggerate about these Spartans. But when it comes to Africa, hey, bro, these people are just bad.
Oh yeah, you guys keep talking if you like. Abby, army of 5'1" women, them Frenchmen had to defend their masculine.
Yo, I agree, man. I'm sorry, bro. Like, AM, I'm not the greatest. I'm not one of these rah-rah guys like, oh, I'll defend my homeland till the end of the earth. But if there was ever an army of women, that's the point I can't run. I have to stand there and fight. I'm not running from an army of women. Other men, I'll run.
Where were the men? I want to know, where were the men when the women were fighting?
Bro, have you seen these women? If the women actually look like the women that they show on screen, bro, what man is defending those women, bro? Those women, look at this. Come on, man, bro.
No. Okay, so the men, right? the men were also, it was like different factions. So there was a female only part of the
Yes, my fellow South
army. So
African.
there were
I'm not
male
watching this
armies as
movie.
well. Yeah.
African millennials, just stop this thing, bro. Even the trial, it's very irritating. Just I'm not gonna watch this.
But at least they got the world class actors, man. You can see Tusum Bedu's there.
I'm not
Viola
watching this.
Davis
No,
is
no,
there.
no. This is gonna make French look good, man. French ended West African slavery.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not
this
watching
is
this. And enough with
yo,
these
AM,
slavery
you know,
movies.
I was actually maybe this movie wasn't
Rosie,
made for us to
Rosie,
begin with. I think this is made for
Rosie.
African American women, bro.
I want to know.
Yeah, they're gonna make this like a
Enough
Western
with this
female
slavery movie.
power thing.
Rosie, so
When is
so
this gonna end?
currently,
Bro,
Rosie,
wait, AM, go back just a bit. Did you see her jog? Bro, I'm sorry, man. Every time I look at Viking women going to war, they look hot. Look at this woman, man. Nah, I'm sorry, man. No, this is disrespectful. This movie needs to be sued. They can't be showing African women like this.
but did you see they are remaking the Shaka Zulu series? I think it's going to go out next year.
I hope our people are behind the production this time.
Exactly.
Yeah. And at least beautiful women are there. I saw that Nomza Mombat is also acting there as Nandi, Shaka Zulu's mother. But
I don't get it, man.
We have to support this movie, guys. I think it's owned by a black person.
I don't watch like slave movies. Some are made by Hollywood, bro. It's just propaganda to make whites to look good.
Yeah. Are they all made by whites, bro?
Yeah. Historically, that tribe lost to like 50 Frenchmen, and like it's no point making this. Why make them look good? Useless.
Yo,
Yeah,
but
but-
honestly,
but-
AM, were these guys actually defeating other male armies? Or were they just coming afterwards for the cleanup?
I highly doubt it was other male armies.
It was the first.
I'm sorry,
it
man.
was the first.
If I ever found out my
first woman
Bullet,
empowerment.
if I ever found out my tribe, I'm sorry,
but-
Bullet, if I ever found out my tribe was defeated by a female army, bro, I'm giving up my tribal name. I'm giving up everything.
It was
Tribe, bro.
woman
I'm changing tribes.
empowerment. It was
But
woman empowerment.
West Africans are one of the strongest, I think, like body-wise, structure-wise. Why would they want to portray them like that? But like they're one of the strongest Africans, West Africans genetically. They stand strong. So I don't know why would they make a movie portraying them as weak as like that. But it's a Western propaganda.
No. Hollywood
Yeah,
is owned by gay men, man. Like, why you expect? Like, it's good. It's good propaganda. Like, it's good for them.
It's what the world currently need. We need that. We need to show strong West African women and then weak men. That's what we need now.
I don't think they want that. Like, I think like they made it the tribe like a women's society, and that's not African thing, you know.
Yeah. This is like Black Panther 2.0, man. Even Black Panther was like
Oh,
such
yeah.
a cringe
I like
movie.
Black Panther.
No, you know when you
You don't
nah,
like
I
it?
hate that shit. So
I
cringe,
love
man.
that movie.
Like damn, bro. That movie was so rubbish. Like, first of all these people doing weird African accents. You go to the place, there's one guy with a plate in his mouth. Like, man, I don't want to see that shit. I swear, every time like in
Maybe
these
I
Hollywood
like
things,
movies
they
without
try and
that.
portray African culture. It comes off so cringe, man.
But
And
when it comes
they
when it
portrayed
comes to
the
Egypt,
Frenchman like that woman has a sex with a Frenchman in that movie, but like the French guy like they took
Are
over
you
that tribe.
serious?
Yeah, like she
Oh, no,
kissed.
I can't
It
believe
wasn't like that, bro. It wasn't unicorn like, bro. You kissing a Frenchman, bro? Facts historically, the Frenchman cooked that tribe.
but when
Yo, Andre. I'm sorry,
but
Lou.
when it comes
aren't
when
you
it comes
defending
to
your people?
Who did the homies?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good tribe.
Yeah,
I
because
just said that they sold slaves, but it wasn't all about slavery.
African millennial loves that movie. It's women. I mean, come on, it's logical. Come on. He's enjoying that movie. You know.
Nah, they are disrespecting West African men. But I'm just going to support it because it's
No,
black
but Bullet,
people acting
let's
there.
be honest. When they sat and they came up with the theory for this movie, the market they were probably looking at was like Western feminist women, mostly
Feminist,
black
yeah.
women. Yeah, mostly black African American women
I
or
want to
Western
know,
women.
do West
Because
African feminists,
a lot of
do they have
a
power?
lot of you liked. No, a lot of them liked watching Black Panther and looking at those bald chicks throwing spears and shit. So they just tried to bring that back.
Yeah, they got their market now. They've detected their market. They're gonna run on it now.
Yeah, these guys, yes.
All I'm saying is, if they ever come to East Africa and I ever look at an ugly chick representing East African women in the battleground, so we're doing a terrorist attack on the studio making that movie, I will support it. I will go Bin Laden mode on that studio, bro. There's no way on earth my group of women are being made to look like that. Never.
You don't have control over these guys. These guys, they run propaganda anytime.
Look here. You can do a Bin Laden. You can.
You know, I
car
grew
bomb
up watching that.
the Nero studio.
I grew up watching that Shaka Zulu movie. It's only now that I realized that, damn. I mean, you look at that movie, how they've presented the Zulu Empire, it's like it's crap. It's like it's a joke. It's like we are this uncivilized bunch of people, and then we are fighting this modern civilized white human being. You know, it's like, bruh, God, they did us date, bro. Yeah.
No, now, Lozi, now I'm wondering, when are they going to make a movie where they show the history where the Britain was putting Zulu and the Boer in concentration camps in South Africa, showing that history, because many people don't know that history.
No, they're not gonna
Yeah, I
do
don't
that.
know.
You know that one for that.
Why would they ever do that, man?
That Hunter and Gather guy. For the God Must Be Crazy. You know that movie, God Must Be Crazy as well.
Yeah, I know
that is the most disrespectful movie, bro. That movie's so disrespectful.
You know how well they marketed that movie. That movie went to be one of the most selling. I think it's still one of the most selling movie out there.
Lozy, you know how big that movie is? Lozy, you know how big that movie is? When I went to Ethiopia, like recently, I was in Ethiopia. The only movie they know from South Africa is that movie, bro. They asked me if all the tribes in South Africa look like that. When I told them, the South Africans are usually not as dark as like Central Africans or Congo. Or like, do they look like? And then they pointed out that movie.
But bro, you can't judge them.
I was shocked.
Wait, you know how much they paid that guy, that actor? You know how much was he paid?
$300. $300.
Yeah.
$300. Guys, it's not a joke, guys. This it's not a joke. It's painful, bro. That guy is from Namibia, eh? Bullet. Yeah, he's from Namibia.
No, but they usually cross the border back and forth.
But they reviewed. Then I think someone took them to court, and then I think they paid him. I think $50,000 still. I mean, I think I think they did, but still, my man. I mean, he should have got millions out of that.
Bro, the way that movie is so popular, it's crazy, bro. Like, think about that. That's the image that most people have when you talk about like Africa as a whole. Man, our images.
No, not even.
Yeah, our image is in the gutter, man.
The image.
There's a thing. You remember when Botswana, when they made their border, the fence in their border.
African millennial go shake the private share and hand a message for you.
Okay, I'll check.
Hey, Lozi.
Come again, Bullet. You were saying what?
Most Khoisans, they always travel in the bush and they hunt, like from one country to another country.
Yeah, let's say one region to another region, probably moving through countries, crossing through countries.
so there was this Khoisan who used to move from
South Africa to Botswana and Namibia.
From Botswana to Namibia. So the time he was in Namibia hunting, the Botswana officials they were placing their border fence.
That's bullshit.
Huh?
I'm saying that's bullshit. And then when he got back, he realized he found the wall there.
Yeah. When he got back, he couldn't go back to Botswana. And when he went through immigration, they said no, he should show his papers that he's from Botswana. And I think now he's still in Namibia. But at least Botswana and
That's
Namibia
just a joke, man. That's just a joke. But they you know, the Khoisan in Southern region, they are like the indigenous people. So I think they are allowed to move through countries.
You have exception, I think.
I think
I think they get exception.
Yeah.
We also have some of them in Ethiopia, where they cross the border between South Sudan and Ethiopia. They just leave them. They're okay.
What Khoisans? You have Khoisans in Ethiopia.
You have to, you also have to understand, these people don't pay taxes. They're not part of the country. Like these people live on the land, so no one cares. They're not paying taxes. They're not doing anything. Why do you care whether they move into your country or out your country? They don't. They just keep.
They are not even doing crime. They are not even doing crime.
They're not even going to use the health. Yeah, they're not even going to use the healthcare system. They're not going to do it.
They don't even steal, bruh. They don't steal any shit. They won't eat from your market or anything. So I think they're the coolest people, bruh. They live free. They live free life, bro.
Yeah, you gotta understand. They have a lifestyle. Like they move around. They want to keep their lifestyle, and they don't want to be. They didn't ask to be part of a nationhood. These people. These people have a lifestyle, you know, like moving around lands and between countries.
So basically, they are like the pygmies of Congo, because I saw a video of the pygmies of Congo. Those people, they are making me laugh.
Bro, I don't know if they exist, man. Like I never see pygmies.
I've seen them. You search them on YouTube. You will see the pygmies.
How many are there though? How many? Like they live they don't even live in cities.
Yeah, they live in the mountains and in the forest.
Yeah. I gotta go fucking like very hard to see one.
But
those people, you see those people
of like Fulanis, but a non-violent version.
Yeah, they don't want to be part of a nationhood. They didn't ask to be part of the nationhood. You see, like the Khoisan and the pygmies are kind of same.
Yeah, but the difference. The difference.
The Fulanis are on another level, brother.
the Somalis used to be like that. The Somalis used to move with cattle and like, but now they. Now we
look, man. I'm just being honest. If I ever became emperor of Ethiopia, man, I'm slapping the plate out of those people with the plates in their lips. I'm civilizing all those tribes, bro. I can't be having people running around like primitive beings, bro.
Yeah,
we used to do that, man.
Their lips. The ones who open up their lips and stretch them. No, I'm stopping that. That's one African culture I really hate with everything. I will never.
Guys, I'm going to ask you a question. As like people from the south, like, what do you guys think about people coming to? Okay, back when I used to stay in Swaziland, you guys know they have the rape dance and the what was the other one? Yeah, pretty much where they like have their women dancing, and they pretty much topless, naked, and so on. And you know, like Westerners come to watch that. Are you guys okay with that, bro? Like Western people come to watch that.
Well, women dancing.
I'm okay with that ceremony. I don't have a problem personally.
I'm okay with them as long as the Westerners don't create a content where they sexualize them. Because for us, we don't sexualize it. It's like it's counted as normal. You know, we don't look at those women and think, of sex, but I've seen even other Africans, because maybe it's a new like it's a new culture to them, it's a new exploration to them. They tend to sexualize them, and for me it's odd because it's a ceremony. You can't, even the way they dress, I don't think there's anything sexual about it. But yeah, and it's weird. But yeah, that's the only thing I hate about it. But I think it should be kept and be practiced as long as women are fine with it, and it's not like where they cut their private parts and stuff. You know, women's shit. I'm not for that.
Bro, the
But, yeah.
westernized people, like they're gonna go there and just watch it, bro. They're just gonna be fucking creeps.
And you know they are celebrating, women are celebrating virginity, like being virgins. They go to that ceremony and
Yo,
and
Bullet, I'm
celebrate.
gonna be honest with you, man. Those women ain't virgin, bro.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
I personally know a few. Like, I personally know a few chicks that have gone for that dance. One of them was even like, I think her dad was like I don't know what he was, but he wasn't close to the king, but he had like some royal family like blood or something. Bro, that chick was not a virgin, but she went and danced there. So when they say they're celebrating virginity, I don't know, maybe hypothetical virginity, but I don't think it's real.
But at least it's something that's embracing our culture. You understand? Because now white people were in South Africa. White people were criticizing the Zulu king for doing that also, and then the response of the Zulu people, they said that why are you embracing abortion? Then you come and discourage young girls to keep their virginity when they go to these ceremonies. So it's
That's a
something
good
that,
point.
yeah, it's something that is embracing our culture, and women are they love it. Imagine women walking topless, and there's not even one single case of rape.
What, bro? I thought you guys were civilized in South Africa.
No,
Yeah,
there's a
like,
ceremony.
you know,
There's
this
a ceremony.
colonization took us back, bro. They took us backwards, these guys. Look, in terms of technology, yeah, we advanced, but in terms of morals and our social conditions, hey, we went backwards, bro. I'm telling you. Like now, we also like to see the breast of a woman. It's like we think of like sexual, you know, but I don't think it was like that before.
Yeah, it wasn't like that. The African women did not have bra. The bra
Yeah,
that,
but do you guys agree the Westerns say we used to have a gay culture, like, but I say like we used to have Islam before the white man came here. What are you
Nah,
saying?
there
We
was
have
no
gay
Bro,
culture.
Andre, not
even
all of
even
Africa is the same, man. You had
even
Islam. The rest of us
yeah,
didn't even
yeah,
know what Islam was, bro.
yeah. We didn't
Yeah,
have
but
this.
Amharic people used to have Christianity too, like
Yeah.
before white.
Yeah, I'm talking about, like, let's say Southern Africa didn't even know what Islam or Christianity was before
Yeah, but they need a
colonization.
talk
So
for themselves,
But
not all
we
Africa is
had
the same.
we had our own African way
Also,
of
beliefs,
yeah
practices.
yeah
Do you
religious
guys agree?
practices.
The West says like
Yeah.
Central Africans kings used to have like a gay sex with every man, like they rape men. Like, is
Yeah,
that true? But the
No,
West claims
yeah,
it.
they
that's
were
lies.
bisexual, bro.
Well, it
No.
depends on
I know, Andre.
society.
No, I know what you're talking about. It's that one Ugandan king who was a bisexual, who used to sleep around with the guys, with the soldiers.
Well, that's
Yeah,
nice.
he was even like angry. He even banned like missionaries from coming into his kingdom after a while because they were turning all those guys straight, and he was running out of boys to sleep with. So he was getting
Bro,
angry.
that man made
So
gay sex
clearly, it was
popular.
allowed to a certain extent.
Look,
I mean, it is what it is.
I don't think throughout history there was a time where homosexuality was just free, or there was a time homosexuality was just illegal. I think it has always been a battle through the modern civilization where it's questioned in so many parts of the world and accepted in some few areas by probably powerful people. But homosexual is not anything new. It has been there. It's just that it's not a norm. You know, it's a very tiny minority of people who tend to practice it.
But the thing is, like the gay activists say, like poor Africans, they've been victim of the white man's homophobia, and now
That's
now
not
they're
true.
confused. They say that the activists, like African actors.
They are
gay actors.
exaggerating. They are exaggerating. In Africa,
it's true to an extent, man.
Yeah, but I wanna respond it in this way. In most African kingdoms, I won't say all Africa was one. It was never like that. We don't have all same belief systems, but it was settled in many kingdoms. It was not something of a bigger issue where people just like go very aggressive on it, where people kill someone for it. I think it was more hidden, more ignored in some societies, not all. Maybe some were extreme and killing others for being gay, and it has got nothing to do with the West. I'm talking probably before colonization or invasion of Africa. Just like everywhere, I think this thing has been everywhere in any society.
Yeah, but we had Islam, and Amharic people had Christianity. I don't think the white man's claim is true on us, because we had religion before he came to Africa. But like, why? I want to ask when.
Stop homosexuality.
Yo, Andre, you want me to tell you a thing? You know, brothels were a normal thing in ancient Ethiopia back in the day, bro.
What?
It was pretty much like what you see in Game of Thrones. Yeah, brothels were like they were mandated stuff, especially for soldiers and stuff. So if there was a war and you took your soldiers, there would also be a wing where there would be brothels with women that work in them.
You know, sometimes we
to relieve the stress of the soldiers, I think.
Sometimes we give the white men too much credit. You know, I mean, I hear some of our African brothers saying in South Africa, the people who pushed the gay thing, homosexuality or LGBTQ, it's actually not the white. It was the black government that actually fought to approve those rights after 1994. The white government was very against homosexuality. You will be jailed. So society as a whole has been working back and forward with these things. But when we start to say,
wasn't it the Jews? I know ANC used to have a lot of support. Yeah, I was going to say, wasn't it the Jewish community in SA that pushed for it? Because ANC, remember, used to have like...
It's actually black South Africans.
They don't ask this the Muslim African countries. They don't even ask this Israel about like gay rights. The gay people are getting killed in.
No, Israel has gay rights, bro.
Yeah, but
have you seen Tel Aviv, man? Tel Aviv is like the San Francisco of Middle East, bro.
Yeah, but why they don't ask this? Like, they only ask this Kenya, Tanzania, like South Africa about gay rights, and Ghana. But
okay,
they don't ask
Andre. But let's just ask a simple question: why do Kenyan presidents always go on CNN on that I'm a poor lady's channel? What does the Kenyan president even gain from going on CNN like that? You're not trying to advertise anything. Why are they constantly going on that lady? Even I remember when Ramaphosa first won his election. He was there, and she was asking him the same shit about corruption. But SA already has it. Why do these guys need to go there? Like, if I was a leader, if I was just elected, and she asked me to show up, I would ignore her, bro. For what?
Our leaders are employed, so they have to go to their bosses and present their case. Well, what do you think? I mean, it's not rocket science, my man. These are employees. So these are elected employees who are chosen to run the business of the Commonwealth.
Of course, Lozi, I understand what you're saying, but I feel like when Africans keep asking, why do they keep asking us these questions? Bro, why are you even going there to begin with? Like, that's the question you should be asking your leader, not how he answers the question. Like, why are you constantly going to CNN, BBC, getting questioned like you're an employee? Like, bro, they don't even show the respect of a president. Have you seen the way she would talk to, let's say, an American president or a British president compared to the way she would talk to these African presidents? Like, she suns the living hell out of them. It is crazy.
But you see, if they don't go, the bridges they promised the people and the hospitals and the community clinics, where will they get money to build all that? As I said, we go back to what I said. They are begging. African, what we call our leaders, they literally begging on the system.
Professional begging.
You know? Yeah, guys. For me, the one country that I think they have power, like politicians have power. They are not controlled by the West. I think is Zimbabwe. Black people have power there.
Yeah, but they broke, man. Bullet, they
They are
broke.
both, but
What's the point
they
of
have
being powerful
Let's
when
be
you're in a
honest.
shack?
No, Zimbabwe is the same. It's just that Zimbabwe now they teaching them a lesson. They still in the hands of the colonizer, bro. If you said North Korea or countries like Russia,
No, I'm talking in Africa. I'm talking in Africa.
In Africa, it's unfortunate, man. I could have said Uganda, but I've seen Museveni going there as well. So no, man.
No, it's Zimbabwe. I don't want to lie. It's
Nah,
Zimbabwe.
man. No, it's not Zimbabwe.
Yo,
It's
yo,
just that
what's the argument? What's the argument here about Zimbabwe?
No, we were saying African freedom, Hitler there. He was saying, why do our African leaders, the moment they get to be official leaders, most of the times, right then in the beginning, they always attend this CNA interviews and interviewed by the Western, who actually interrogate them, and they're arrogant. They treat them like security guards. It's as if it's not like even presidents of nations. And I was just saying, it's because our leaders are appointed, they are employees. You know, it's not like they are real leaders. They are serving the master.
Yeah, but the Arabs do that, but the Arabs are like, fucking change the question, otherwise I'm out, bitch. Like,
but let me finish. Don't overrate the northern countries, because Morocco, Algeria, and Libya currently the Western puppets, even Egypt. But I was saying, then Bullet said Zimbabwe, it's not the puppet state at the moment, and I'm saying no. It's just that the ZANU-PF got kicked out of the table, you know, because of the land issue that Mugabe took back the land. It's not like they've got balls. They are getting screwed. What will ZANU-PF do? They just not inviting them. They just not inviting them.
Nah, but they do have balls. They do have balls. Lozi, let's be honest. They do have balls.
Because they asking white people to come back to Zimbabwe. They literally asking white people. They even trying to give them billions to come back. What are you talking about?
Who's asking white people to come back?
The government of
is
Zimbabwe.
ZANU-PF?
Yeah,
As the government or the people? Nah, the government is begging white people to come back into Zimbabwe. Is that what you're saying right now, Luz? That the government, ZANU-PF. Okay,
Yes.
I'll try. Look, show me proof at least. Send me a proof. I mean, I've never seen it. I know.
It's on the internet.
I've seen citizens. I've seen not citizens. Sorry, but I'm just saying residents of Zimbabwe happy and clapping hands, saying, "Oh, this white man is back."
No,
but
no,
I've
no.
never.
Just Google white farmers being asked to come back to Zimbabwe. I think they asked for about $3.5 billion US of investments to be paid to them so that they can come back. You can follow up. I'm sure I'm correct about it. But what I was trying to explain here is this: Zimbabwe is just being punished. It's not like they wouldn't be the puppets. I mean, Mugabe. I would say Mugabe was the one who was actually had the balls, but I wouldn't say ZANU-PF. Perhaps ZANU-PF inherited the same admin of Mugabe that was already collapsed. They just getting punished. It's not like they wouldn't be the puppet state.
Lozi, you know what I think? Why they are saying white people should come back? It's because they want to get rid of the sanctions. That's what I'm thinking.
That's the deal they have to
I
make.
mean, that's pretty obvious, man. That's pretty obvious.
Huh?
That's pretty obvious, yes. If they are doing that, it would be because of I mean, but like, here's the funny thing I always wonder about Zimbabweans: when all these whites, these racist bulls, they always make arguments about Zimbabwe and printing money, but they always try to leave out the fact that, these countries are sanctioned, even Venezuela too, with their printing money. It's almost like all these countries that do decide to print their own money, I just find they always have some level of sanctions on them. So is the problem really the fact that Africans don't have money, or is it that when Africans print their own money, they're gonna be set for sanctions? Like, is that ever an argument you guys ever have thought of? Is what I'm saying.
Let me respond to you. Remember, money doesn't have a backed up value. Money alone is just a thumbsuck number out of a thin air. So the situation of Zimbabwe, the mistake they made was to take back what is rightfully belonging to them without a plan, without a true power. If you look at countries like North Korea has been backed up by heavyweights like China and other countries. They push trade, illegal trade. They've got their system. They've got an educated population. Same with Russia. Same with Cuba. Certain countries can try to manage to be stable even if they kicked out of the Western trade, global trade. Zimbabwe didn't have that foundation. Mugabe just took back the land without a plan, and that's the result you see with
I
Zimbabwe.
agree with you. I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah, it was backlash without
Guys,
a plan. I agree with you there. Yeah.
guys, I want you to comment on this. You saw what Namibia and Botswana did. They abandoned that thing of using passports. So now basically they are only using ID to go into each other's country. And then another thing, Namibia donated land to Botswana so that Botswana can export its own resources. They are moving out from the Durban port.
They don't want to
so
depend on South Africa. They're trying to not depend on South Africa, and that makes sense. If you look at Namibia and Botswana population, both of them combined is still less than 6 million. It makes sense for them. South Africa is a threat because our population is encroaching 60 million. So it makes sense why Botswana want to strengthen the economy with Namibia so that they don't depend on South Africa, because we're gonna overpower them first, and they're gonna forever have to feed our large population. Now I support them on that. It's our country that got themselves here. They were supposed to manage this population. That I don't blame them.
Lozi, but now the problem is, you saw they banned some vegetables that are coming from South Africa.
And they breaking the SADC laws. And they breaking the SADC laws, by the way.
So the thing is,
Botswana used to use the Durban port until now.
Yeah,
Isn't
until
Durban
now.
way too far for them? Why did they use the Cape Town port? Which one is closer, Cape Town, Port Elizabeth, or Durban?
I think that depends on where we get most of our goods. I think one of the largest country that we trade with is China and Japan in terms of goods. I know even Germany, I think it's more of technology and manufacturing inside the country. So it could be that, and India as well. So it could be that if you look at the geological position, it could be that Durban is nearby the biggest trades we have. I mean, even Cape Town, it's not Cape Town, it's Eastern Cape, I think. The hub in Eastern Cape.
Namibia doesn't have a hub. Like Namibia, doesn't it have a hub? Why don't they use Namibia?
Namibia
does. It does, but Namibia is just a province of South Africa.
Yeah,
if you are being honest.
Guys, do you want to know something? The French leader came out as Muslim today. I think so. He just posted like a picture with him with like Muslim clothing, and people are making memes.
Macron is not coming out as Muslim.
Macron,
That's not coming out as Muslim. Bro. Did the second election already happen? I think they're still having elections, aren't they?
Yeah,
I think they're having elections in France. Yeah. I think they're having elections.
Do you think he's
like
that
guy's not
there's a second round
Muslim?
That guy's
of course he
normal.
needs it, bro.
Bro, look at the picture he posted, man. Look at this. This is crazy.
Macron is not normal. Look at his wife. She's older than him, I think, half his age.
She used to be his teacher. She used to be his high school teacher.
So that guy can do anything. I won't be surprised. He will never surprise me. He can wake up tomorrow being gay or Jesus or an alien. I won't be surprised.
Lozi, bro, it's even worse. Lozi, it's even worse. She used to be his high school teacher. This guy was banging.
I'm still not
That
surprised.
shit is disgusting, dog. That's disgusting.
You know what's funny? No, Musanda. Let me make it even more disgusting. Her kids, she has 2 kids that are older than him, bro. Like by 1 or 2 years, they're older than him.
That guy is not normal.
Do you guys think he's faking? Do you guys literally think he's like?
Yes, Andre, he's faking it. He's trying to get support from the Muslim population in France that are mostly from West and North Africa. Yeah, because he's going on a round 2 against Le Pen, who's like a far right politician.
Let's allow Millennial to.
Oh yeah, I was just saying this is very strategic. He needs support from the Muslim community. They're having more kids than the French, native French. So his country's not gonna be French anymore.
Yeah, but you got to be 18 to vote. You got to be citizenship. You got to have a level 3 citizenship or level 2, wherever they have, and you got to be. the black population over there is very like large. It's like 8%. That's the largest black population in I mean in Europe. In France, the most black people in like they make up 8%. That's not even UK.
I
That's
don't
even
think
higher.
I don't think he's doing that for domestic affairs. I think he's doing that for geopolitical affairs because not so long ago that guy was in Saudi Arabia. I think he's trying to push deals with Saudi Arabia. He's competing with Russia in the Middle East because those guys have got oil. Remember, Russia is cutting them out as well. It's cutting the most European countries out as well. He could be doing that to attract countries like Saudi Arabia and Iran, but you know it's complicated. But I think he's doing that for geopolitical reasons than the local affairs.
Yeah, it's a lot of North Africans in France. Like it makes sense. Like it's kind of good for him. But they do that over here too. Like like let me tell you something. Over here in Sweden, they had like a transgender Somali woman say, "Go vote for this politician." I was like, "What the fuck? Transgender? Like
That was
you
a
picked
man that turned into a woman.
Yes, of Somali, and she was like speaking Somali and like go vote for this politician, and I was like, oh my god, we had a like election yesterday, and it was big, and they keep making like they want to get minorities, and I hate this. They push propaganda and they say you're here because of immigrants are here because of this party, and immigrants should vote to this party. I just hate the propaganda, and I hate the way they picked like a trans Somali woman and to say go for to talk to the Somali community. You know, we're very conservative, and they picked it's just sad. You know.
Immigrants are definitely gonna be used.
Yeah, immigrants. I don't get it. Africans are very conservative, but they always vote for liberals or left
Yeah, they vote
leaning.
for whoever lets them in the country.
No. They
No,
always vote for the left. They
yeah.
don't vote with the right. The right
No.
are usually against immigrants.
Conservative?
Yeah, conservative. Yeah, the right is
The older
conservative.
generation, yeah, but the newer generation Africans, they don't do that as much.
Yeah, but it's
Which country are you
It's
talking about?
propaganda.
Andre, which
Yeah.
country are you talking about when you're talking about this? Which
Over
country
here
is going to?
in Sweden, they had like a trans Somali woman telling the Somali community, "Go vote."
Somali woman.
Yes.
What's her name, bro? What's her name?
Man, bro, with the
Pause.
oh,
What's her name? What's her name?
Yeah, Andre, please email us. Please send us the please show us who that lady is, bro. She's gonna be my AVI from now on.
This is, bro.
Who is it?
We got you.
Who is it?
Andre, what's the name of the party? I can find her myself. What's the name of the party she was supporting?
I think it was like the left, like the left, like Google the left party.
Musanda, don't worry, Musanda, next stream I'm gonna come with the AVI on my thing.
Or you can Google social democrat, like Google that. And it's just so cringe, man. They picked the fucking Somali trans woman.
Yeah, but Andrew, you mentioned something about Africans or black people in general.
Yeah, why you guys vote for the left? Can you explain that? Like when you were immigrant to different countries, like in the West.
Yeah, can I explain? Because you said most of them they appear to be conservative, but when they vote for the left in most cases. That's what you were saying, right?
Yeah.
I think it's because I've seen this have taken place in America and here in South Africa as well. I think the left knows how to appeal to the masses. They're very extreme. They go out and they say things that the masses want to hear. The problem with the right is that they're too conservative to be bothered. It's like here in South Africa, the right-wing parties don't appear too much to the masses. They don't appear too much to the population. They don't take the extreme positions. If you look at Malema is a left. Is on the left, and if he carries on, 20 years from now, the way he's moving, he could win many people because sometimes he just knows what to say to the right people, and he goes extreme all the time. The problem with the right-wing parties is that they don't go extreme, and they tend to not care much about the media. For example, in many countries in the West, the right wing don't own media. They don't have media power as well. It's always the left because the left tend to be extreme even on the media. So people vote for what they hear. They don't really vote for facts. They could care less about it. They don't even
Policy, yeah. But Malema, I think Malema's biggest drawback beyond everything else is the open border policy. I think the fact that South Africans have a big problem with the open border part. So when they hear Malema, the most often they hear open borders. I think for most part that's the biggest drawback we'll ever have. I don't think it's just that they don't want.
But you see that's his flaw. But I'm explaining the strategy now. Imagine how much everybody got to hear and know about the open border. It's just that it didn't sit well with many South Africans. But imagine if he was standing on something that sits very well with the people. That's what I'm saying. The left they've got that thing to appeal to the people. You know, if they take extreme positions. Now, if Malema wakes up 10 years from now and start to say exactly what majority of South Africans want to hear, they're going to vote for him because he has got a way to appeal to many masses.
Over here in Sweden, it's illegal to let like one party to be on. Like they have to have an equal time to be on TV, but like of social media, like you're just gonna have the right more because people are they want to impress, like they want to show their emotions in the right. You see right more on the, like over here, like in Sweden, you see the right on more social media, but the left always stay on TV, like a very like they do both, but I just don't get it. Like I think the left is pushing propaganda, making the immigrants think they in the country because of the left, because the left want immigrants. But they really don't.
And those are extreme positions, as I was saying. They have a way of using fear mongering. They make it as if they're the ones with more progressive ideas, more progressive laws, and they make it sound like the right has got more of like outdated laws that are more segregating and all that. That's the agenda they push. While on the ground is the left that is actually dividing people. It's the left that is actually pushing racism and all that. But an average person is too blind to see that because they're not well read. They couldn't care less about facts. It's the problem.
Yeah, you're right. The average person could care less about the facts. You know, I do think voting system is not good for Africans. That's just my conclusion. I don't think it's for us at all. I genuinely think there needs to be a point where there's a particular leader, and then maybe there's some law out there that says that if this leader does not perform, like literally remove democracy, like Mr. Johan Rupert once said, you know, and make sure you have at least a select group of people that if there's a law that has to be executed, like an extreme powerful law mandate that is extreme, make sure they get out. Yeah.
I think China's got the best model at the moment in the world. I won't lie. If you look at the model of China and what they are up against, those guys, they've got one of the most complex government. And I think that's why the West is very scared of their model because they cannot even understand it. The Chinese have modeled the best model for themselves and it's going to carry their generations into the domination of the world. And the way they've modeled their political model, it's not penetratable. It's not easy to penetrate through China because their model inside China, it's not built on capitalist system.
Lozi, do you listen to Fox News? Have you heard the things like that one thing that one friend of mine actually made? No, okay, maybe of you. I'm sorry. So I also don't listen to Fox News, but there was this one clip I once saw, right, where this Chinese guy, this American guy was like, you know, we gotta prepare, and I want to be sitting on top of a Chinese skull or something about Chinese skull, like he wants to see a bunch of dead Chinese and stuff like that. And I'm like, this is how scared this white men have to be, right? I'm just saying, you have all these black people online calling up, we gotta attack the whites, we gotta prepare for the whites. But the one person that triggers the whites beyond anything else is the goddamn Chinese, not Asians, Chinese, specifically Chinese. That's why they make it out there to know that it's that specific country because, you know, they work with Japan, they work with Taiwan, which they're trying to help not get expropriated back without compensation by China. You know what I mean? So they're trying to make like this unified thing. This is why one thing America and Europe likes to do when they come to Africa is just tell us how bad China is. They did it to Jacob Zuma too. Like there's this clip I can share on the back chat where they were telling him, they were just telling him about China colonizing Africa. I'm like, China didn't have a big conference to come here and speed up Africa. It's funny how it's these people that came into our countries, came with their HIVs, cholera, all their diseases and stuff, telling us not to trust the guy who's building a trade while you brought diseases here for the Africa. It's funny.
Let me tell you something about the model of China. So basically what the Chinese have done is that inside China, in the mainland China, domestically, they use socialism. But when they move outside of China, when they present China doing trade and business with the globe, they use capitalism. So this means in China, even if you are a billionaire, you could be a trillionaire in US dollars. You don't have power above the politicians or the government itself. Whereas in America, it's the opposite. In America, the guy with the biggest money in a capitalism system has got more influence in the political sphere. He can own the president. Whereas in China, it's quite the opposite. But when they move outside the boundaries of China, everything they negotiate on, they basically use capitalism. And that's why China is very complex and hard to penetrate, because if you want to buy a big politician in China, they don't have a price, because locally inside they don't use capitalism. They use principles. It's basically everything they do is for China and the interest of Chinese people. You know, and they've got the largest.
Russia? I'm asking Russia about Russia.
Russia is just another Western country with capitalism ideas, but opposed. It's a kid that has been kicked out on the table. You know, so if you look at the Russians, those people are still the Western. It's just that they are more far in the east so much that they own the largest land, and this also pieces of the Western countries. So they actually fighting their internal wars. If now the whole world stand against the Western and try to invade the Western, Russia is gonna turn and support the Western. They still, what I'm trying to say is that culturally and everything, they still so close that they are fighting their own internal wars. I support Russia because Russia has been standing up for the communist countries, or just the countries that are trying to oppose the Western system. But deep inside, I wouldn't say Russia is any different to the Western culture and system. Russia is basically a capitalist nation, and don't make mistake with that.
But it's fine. I mean, that's true. That's true. Yeah. But isn't ideology what's more important? Like, what is this person at least trying to strive for at the end of the day? Isn't that should be more defined instead of how the governance of that country is, but more of a ideological viewpoint? Like, what are they trying to strive for? Similar to, like you said, the China. You know, I heard they say they took people into the middle class, like a million or billion something. I mean, that's the talking point they always talk about China, is how people now are in the middle class and stuff. So
yeah, China's got a population of around 1.4 billion, which is the largest country in the world, and about 700 million people of China are probably either educated or in the middle class. So most people in the middle class are definitely educated. This is the largest population of most educated people in the world. You know that China produces more engineers more than Africa and Southern America combined. Annually, they produces more engineers more than these two continents combined. So that alone scares the hell out of the West, because I believe China alone has got more educated people, probably more than the West. You know, so you have to think about it in a sense that China alone, China cannot sustain itself looking at the resources they have in the mainland China. But China is becoming so much dominant in other countries that were neglected by the West. For example, Africa and also Southern America. You look at the very, very influential in Jamaica, and also remember Brazil is on BRICS as well. And China is the dominant force on BRICS. You know, so
and you know the scary thing is, because I'm sure you heard about the BRICS. I don't know how far that is going, the whole BRICS currency. Like that BRICS is planning to have a reserve currency. What do you think about that?
BRICS is gonna liberate the world, man. If it succeed, because the problem with BRICS that I see now, the biggest problem with BRICS now, the India and China, many people, I don't know if many people are aware, India and China have been
that border war. The border shooting. Oh yeah, I remember that.
It's not just the border war. India, you see, these countries are so stupid. If India and China just come on board and sit down together and resolve their issues, the world is over. The Western is done. Because China now it's on the tables with Russia, but Russia is a tiny country compared to China. What Russia has, apart from the oil and the gas they have one of the most powerful nuclear plants or weapons in the world, which secures them. It's fine. But China has got almost everything: economy, education, advancement. You know that China this week they availed the largest what do you call these warships that the airplanes offload. I think they call them the offload. America used to be the dominating in that one. China just availed the largest offload in the world. That those ones that the ships that are on the sea, that when you start your airplanes, the attack airplanes, you offload there. China just built the largest now. So you look at the manufacture of China alone, is the largest manufacturer in the world currently. So the West can see the domination of China, and I think they're gonna use India as much as they can. They're gonna take advantage of the issue between India and China to really wreckle China, because India as well it's a large country. Unlike Taiwan, China is gonna take Taiwan. Make no mistake. And Taiwan is a very strategic, a very geostrategic.
Don't you think they're gonna supply? I think they're gonna supply a lot of. I heard they're gonna deploy some F-35 rocket jets to help Taiwan, because remember, it's not just taking down Taiwan; it's taking down TMC. So before you were talking about manufacturing with chips is not that easy. Actually, I've been looking at it in the two weeks, right? Now, I just want to finish by this. TMC today is the only chip company that can make transistor chips at the length of 5 nanometers today, right? No other company can get to that. So basically, just know that the smaller the chip is, the first they can get, or at least the first you can make it. China, TMC is really the only company in the world. Really, there is no actual competition. If you take down TMC, the entire thing, I think just by that, China can win an entire world. They can beat electronics. Basically, they won all the electronic war if they take Taiwan. And America knows that.
And that's more reason why China is gonna take Taiwan. China is gonna take Taiwan like Hong Kong. You know, people must study China. The Chinese are very dangerous. The Chinese won't be like Russia. Russia, they react immediately when they see a threat. You know what the Chinese are going to do? They're going to keep drilling. They can do that for the coming 2 years. They want to normalize that position. They're going to put Taiwan and USA in a position where they keep flying over. They keep drilling up until everybody's quiet and forget. And the next thing, they're just going to take over Taiwan like how they did with Hong Kong. And America is not going to do anything, because China, as we speak, they are advancing even more faster and even more, because America is posing the biggest threat on them. They're not going to back away from Taiwan. Remember, Taiwan used to be a province of China. More reason why China feels entitled to Taiwan. If you remove the NATO and remain with USA and China alone, China can defeat USA today, if we be honest. So the Chinese themselves, they already feel like they are a dominating force. They feel like they already have 50% of domination in the world. I know if you look at the papers technically, America is still dominating, especially on the ocean. And that's what China is trying to also control and get more. Taiwan is just the beginning. And also remember, Russia is a distraction now as well in Europe alone, where America is got more ties and more cultural ties, economical ties with the Europe. So Russia is busy as well. So America is just trying to achieve what they cannot. Otherwise, we risk the break of war. If America keeps on going on China, we risk a break of war, because Japan is also starting to respond. You see the problem. If Japan can start to respond and side with Taiwan, it's even bringing more threat to China. It's gonna be even more reason why China is gonna make sure that they take over Taiwan.
Scared of the payback. They're scared of the payback. They're scared because Chinese are not like blacks. They're gonna slide back, because what the Japanese did to the Chinese. So I think it's more of a paranoia of like, these guys may want revenge. Because here's the thing, dog, and I'm about to go. I just want to say this. I always hear, you see, white people, man, they genuinely believe because people are not talking about something, they actually have forgotten it. Like white people genuinely believe that other races, like the Chinese or what, or at least I'm just saying normal day citizens, do not think about colonization, or at least do not want any amount of revenge, and they think the past is the past. But for most part, if you really notice what's happening, that they're just angrier and silent. They're just planning better. They know very like the biggest threat will not be obviously black people are gonna go to white people's platforms and tell you all their grievances, tell you how they're gonna plan to take you down and all of this. The people that are really scary are the ones that you don't hear any of their voice. They don't go on Clubhouse, StreamYard, and air out their grievances on you. Because now they can just attack you from nowhere, and you want to act like you're shocked and stuff, you know. So I just wanted to say that this stigma that a lot of whites believe with. I just want to relate to Queen Elizabeth and maybe the topic a little bit. The idea that because black people are more vocal on the problem they have with the British monarchy doesn't necessarily mean they're the only ones. They're probably the only ones that won't do anything about it. But those that will do, they're the most silent. And that's what I want to say.
Yeah, the only power we have is to be vocal because, I mean, come on, there's no black nation that is strong. The Chinese don't need, or the Asians in general, they don't need to do all those talking because they've already got the basis built. So they can pull a fight toward the West, even if the West is still strong. But remember, the kind of militaries we're speaking of at this point, if they go against each other, we're looking at the destruction of the entire globe. We might as well just
exactly. Look at ISIS nation. He actually believes. Look, here's the thing, ISIS nation. You gotta understand. It only takes. I'm being honest with you. 4 nuclear bombs to end the world. 4 like there are countries right now that have the capacity to ruin this entire planet and let it be gone. There are literally countries today that have the power to do that. So the idea of defeat USA, maybe you should understand that if I know that I'm gonna lose anyway, I'd rather just end us all. Like I'm scared of a suicide war. That's why I'm scared. I'm not scared of a war, but I'm scared of a suicide war. To be honest with you,
I think we're gonna have what they call a polar globe now. It's gonna start with the West and the East. So we will see the East emerging as well to so they're gonna build a parallel system where they're going to build something more or less equivalent to the West. So we'll have more options, whether you want to have your trade strength is going to be with the East or the West. But many emerging countries are going to rely more, they're going to hold more into the East because they already have got bad past with the West. The recent global colonial act by British and probably by the modern America, USA. So that's what threatens USA as well. It's not just China and Russia and India. It's because even many African countries, silently, some might not say because they're small countries, they don't want anything to do with the West. Literally, USA it's actually remaining with Canada, probably the Scandinavian countries and UK, probably some middle European countries. But other than that, I don't see those guys, anyone openly saying, I want my country, I trust these guys, we're going to trade with them. Many countries are going to trade for business, but their loyalty is not with the West. Nobody really trusts them.
I agree with that, yes, absolutely. Because remember, China has never sanctioned an African country. China or Russia has not sanctioned any African nation. And that's something Africans, they think don't notice. They think, they think this online ADOS divide is actual real Africa. At the end of the day, Africans do consider other Africans when I'm just saying, I would see you sanctioning Zimbabwe as you're potentially going to sanction me. I'm not just saying it's just sanctioning Zimbabwe, that is. I do see that as a threat to me. The same way if I kill some, let's say 5 white British men, the Boer is not going to be like, you killed the English, you didn't kill me. Because, it could go on a pattern and want to kill you as whites. So that's something that I feel like the West has underestimated, the online gender.
Olozi, you remember, guys, I was talking about Botswana and Namibia, and then you guys did not respond. You went on with this conversation.
So what's the question again?
I just wanted you guys to comment. The president of Botswana, isn't he going to place his country in danger because now it seems like they are fighting against.
white South Africans, and it's going to give him problems because
No. I did
Wait,
comment
who's
on.
fighting West South Africans? Who's fighting West South Africans?
Wait, Bullet. Let me add on this because I followed up on this case, and Bullet is right. It's upsetting white South Africans because they're the ones who are pushing their agricultural goods into Botswana and Namibia. But Bullet, let's be careful here. You know that it could be that ANC is actually communicating with the government of Namibia and Botswana to do this. I see Botswana and Namibia becoming one country. Reason being this, Botswana and Namibia are one of the few African countries that almost have equal economies in all positions. You look at their position, it's more or less the same. Education level, it's more or less the same, looking at literacy rate and quality of education system. You look at their GDP per capita, even just GDP overall, you look at their infrastructure, more or less the same. So and then when you combine their population together, it's just 6 million. So it makes sense for those countries to say, you know what, we might as well come together. If they come together, it benefits Botswana more because now Botswana can have access to the coast as well. The problem with Botswana now, they sitting with American military base. I don't know for what reason. That's one thing that makes me hold on Botswana and not like Botswana. But I've seen that the blockage of the goods, the agricultural goods from South Africa, it has upset the white South Africans, and ANC could be behind it. I don't see Botswana and Namibia going to make those deals without consulting South African government. And remember what they did when they introduced the law that they're not gonna they're gonna sanction some goods from South Africa. I remember green peppers, I think spinach and bananas and few other fruits. They literally
potatoes also.
Yes, they did that. Their excuses that they want to start producing locally and buying from local, which is actually justifiable. But I don't think. Remember, they are also breaking SADC laws. SADC laws don't support the action that they do it. So it's obvious that they are being backed up by ANC itself. Politics are complicated.
Yeah, why is SADC such? You know, I always wonder why Southern Africans so. Okay, I want to say I think Kaiser calls it trans-temporal thinker. Like there's a level of, even in South Africa, let's be honest, there's a level of what about the future isms that Southern Africans tend to have. And that's not obviously makes basic excuse by one government, maybe a Zim or something, but a lot of Southern Africans, I feel like, tend to think more about the future than other Africans, at least other Africans in other parts. Right, not to say that we don't get triggered or emotional, but the thought about what could happen if this happens and this and this and preparation. I think most of Southern Africa actually thinks a lot about. I've been hearing a lot even about is Zambia also part of SADC or some part, but I've been hearing about. Yeah, there's a thought of saying, because I think they're also trying to have their own, let's improve a lot in food security on their own country. I'm not bragging or anything. I'm just saying this. Is it like a Southern African thing or something? I just want to know.
It's not a Southern. Let me just respond. Let me just respond to that. It's not a Southern African thing, because if you look at the ECOWAS in West Africa, it's just that most countries in West Africa don't have a good stable economy. You're going to have to look at Senegal and Ghana and Ivory Coast if you look at West Africa in terms of economy, countries that are doing well with reasonable population. But if you look at ECOWAS alone, they're really working on something, those guys. What I liked about them was when the Mali, with the coup thing, they actually, I think, sanctioned the Mali themselves. I think it was for the first time where I saw an African organization with sanctioning another organization for that particular country to be responsible. Now imagine if in the SADC we could do that over ZANU-PF. The problem with the SADC, I think the biggest problem in the SADC is ANC. ANC just have got too much power even on the whole continent. They do as they like. How come ANC has then addressed the issue of ZANU-PF, which they can address that issue over a night? There's literally ZANU-PF is powerless in front of ANC. And if ANC wakes up tomorrow and they say the SADC region must sanction ZANU-PF or do something about the issue of ZANU-PF, Namibia, Botswana, Zambia, these countries are small. They're not going to say anything. And even Angola is part of the SADC. they're literally gonna side with South
But
Africa.
ZANU-PF is voted in, man. I've heard from a lot of Zimbabweans that these people are actually voted in. Like it's not like they're really a dictatorship. People really do love ZANU-PF. You know.
I mean, come on. Have you seen the situation in Zimbabwe, brother? The police there, they beat up people. Bullet, say,
I'm not saying yes, that's messed up. But I'm saying is they are still getting votes. There are still people that
they are forced
see
to
them.
vote. They're definitely forced to vote. Bullet, you respond, brother.
Sure. Nah. I was still going on about the Botswana and Namibia thing, and why I'm saying this. It's because I think it was early this year when the government of Botswana was accusing South African banks of money laundering. So this guy he is going after white capitalists. That's why I'm worried that he's going to take Botswana back. He's taking the right moves to uplift black people, but the disadvantage is that he is going to make the people of his country suffer.
White South Africans are not as powerful as you guys would like to make, you know. And we have
But
to
the
look
banks, Lozi, check, the banks of South Africa are also sanctioning Zimbabwe. They can also do that to Botswana. That's what I'm basically saying.
You are right. I agree with you on that. But let's look at time as well. You know that white South Africans are also panicking with their businesses as well, because you have to look at the imagine the fast growth of BRICS. That alone, it's a threat to the white South Africans. Remember, white South Africans are the descendants of the West, so they are literally the gatekeepers of the West. So everything they've inherited, although some part of it comes from the land of South Africa, the security they have, that the reason they are untouchable on the continent is because they are literally the Western descendants. So they've got that privilege. But with the rise of BRICS and the East becoming much stronger, you're going to see many African countries starting to stand up, because now there's not only one bully in the house. We can have another bully partnering with us. You must listen to that speech. I always say this, listen to that speech by Naledi Pandor when she was challenging that American ambassador. 15 years ago or 20 years ago, our leaders would have never said anything like that in front of an American official, like big official like that. What I'm trying to say is that the African countries are observing the current situation in the world, and the West is losing power. That's gonna make automatically white South Africans to become irrelevant. These banks that were built in the back of exploiting Africans, in the back of holding Africans ransom to submit to these banks. With that, if they lose that power,
let's give Capitec some leisure. They weren't as involved, and Discovery Bank. No, I mean you're right. You're right. I'm just saying. It's not all of them. I mean it's Capitec and Discovery Bank.
But we are talking about powerful bank, and you might be surprised that the capital money is also coming from apartheid.
From this, the owner of Capitec is literally, I think it's a white South African. So it is basically built that, from what I've been explaining, that's been built on the Western privilege. There's nothing makes white South Africans special other than the Western privilege. That's it. And the reason why we haven't touched them, the reason why we haven't sent them home, is because the West is too powerful at the moment, because you know what's going to happen if we touch them. But let's give it 10 years or 20 years from now, they will be picking, I'm telling you. As I said, we're going to push Idi Amin on them. You know, we're going to have a leader. We will even make Malema president to help them quickly get home to Netherlands or Britain.
But now the thing, guys, the thing is, you say that there might be an American base in Botswana, and Botswana is
there is. Obama used the car from Botswana when he was here.
So now the thing is, Botswana is acting like this, and they have an American base. American bases are known to cause instability in Africa. So that's why I'm saying I'm scared for Botswana, because this guy, he's acting like a real African, knowing that he cannot even protect these people when the West responds. He won't. are going to suffer.
I mean, do you actually think like the US base is just gonna kill a bunch of Botswana, like a bunch of
No,
Tswanas in general?
they will create a terror group,
gonna
just
cripple the
like in
economy.
Mozambique. Just like in
They will-
Mozambique.
They will
Okay.
cripple the economy, and Botswana must be careful dealing with ANC because you remember Robert Mugabe just woke up one day and his people they chased the whites, right? What we have seen is that now Zimbabwe is being crippled. No African country, I'm saying literally, no African country is coming to rescue of Zimbabwe. But it's been South Africa and Botswana that has been hosting Zimbabweans just for them to survive, to be honest. So if Botswana goes on that position, they must know that South Africa is not going to react immediately. We have seen that not just South Africa, there's African countries themselves, they tend to neglect another dying African country and they just sit and watch. So,
I say this all the time on Kaiser. Hey, maybe we are South Africans do tend to think the same. I say this all the time on the Kazorian Empire. Like, people keep talking about Gaddafi dying and what of this, but what about all these other neighboring African countries that voted on that invasion happening? Like, nobody actually wants to look into that, right? Like, the fact that neighboring African countries who do nothing, act like they're not even there, they're not even hearing the noises, the bombs that are next door to them. You know what I mean? I do feel like African men are cowards. This is what I meant, African men, Lenyo. A lot of African men are cowards.
At the moment, is every man for himself. God loves us all. You know that even Jacob Zuma is the one who voted with for Barack Obama to invade. He's one of the African leaders who gave a pass for Barack Obama.
I know. I know.
So Lozi, so now do you see the threat that I'm seeing that's going to come to Botswana?
Yeah, but wait,
it pains me. The thing is, the thing is, it pains me because I love that country with my whole heart, ne? And I know that South Africa won't protect Botswana, sure.
Yeah, but hold on. If what happened in Zimbabwe or Libya now, I think we're looking at 10 or 15 years ago. There was no emerging power like BRICS. And remember, South Africa is a member of BRICS. South Africa now currently, I would say, is the biggest player on the continent because other African countries, they're observing the power that South Africa hold globally in terms of influence. So, for example, if now Botswana makes a wrong move where the Western countries come for Botswana or even the South African companies, I feel like now the current government we have in this position, it has got some little balls somewhere to pull some weight compared to what was happening 15 years ago to Zimbabwe and Libya. You get what I'm saying? I'm just saying there's a little progress in place that has happened now that countries are rising. The West doesn't have as much power as they used to be, although they still have, but I think they don't have much power as they used to be. So this could be well planned by both government of South Africa and Botswana.
Yeah, we will check as time goes on, but hey, now I'm only seeing trouble. I don't wanna lie. I know how
Just on the farming alone. You think that's gonna trigger something? Just farming. You know what really triggers me, to be honest? I'll mention it. I know a particular person, right, who owns I don't know, maybe some of you have heard about this company, Arwani Capital Partners. And so I was looking at some of the people they kind of work with, right? So that they have a page also in Botswana, right? And then I didn't know that this is the shit that shocked the shit out of me. So I started looking into the PIC of Botswana, the pension, not obviously it's not called PIC, but the pension fund of Botswana, like who holds where the investments being landed to, right? Because the pension funds are usually funds of funds, like they give money so that can be given somewhere else. I'm seeing Investec, I'm seeing FNB, I'm seeing all these Jew-owned or white-owned South African companies. I swear, bro, you can look it up. I can even send you the thing right now. I'm seeing all these Jew and white-owned investment companies at Botswana's pension fund.
That's everywhere on the continent. That's everywhere on the continent. If you look at Zimbabwe, you find more or less the same. Checkers, Shoprite, MTN, whatever. If you go to Kenya, you do find Mr. Price, I think, and Standard Bank, Checkers. Same with Tanzania. Almost all over Africa. That's why I said I try to find a way to see the white economy in South Africa and the black economy to see where the real power lies, because I definitely know for sure that the white economy is still much stronger. It's actually at the basis. At the basis, I mean, even although there are companies that PIC could be the largest shareholder, but if you look at the co-owners and everything, could be that it's still the whites. So they actually at the base of turning the wheel anytime if they want. And they've spread across the continent, and this is very dangerous if you think about it. Even African millennial can confirm probably about few companies in Ghana there as well, because I know some.
But in SA, apparently, I can also send a headline about what black asset managers now control about 1.2 trillion rand of assets under management under what's this black asset?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not from the, no. I'm just saying from not PIC, not the PIC. I'm saying since PIC, they give the money that they have to asset management companies for them to invest. Out of the companies they have to give, they have more. They're black owned, like Stanley. I think it's black owned. The bunch I forgot. Arwani also, it's also black owned. It's one of the companies that get funding from
even MTN.
Yeah,
even MTN.
No, I think
know
MTN and Multishock. Oh, I don't know. It's MTN and asset management company. I thought it was just for telecom. All I'm talking about companies that work to invest, like Investec, Ellen Gray, all these asset management companies. They are black-owned asset management companies that have been landed on today. I can send you. I can even send the article, right?
Okay.
I'm not saying it's a lot. It's not a lot like the whites. That's absolutely true. Yes. Majority of the money that's landed by PIC is goes to quote unquote Ellen Gray specifically, right?
Okay, let me break it down. Let me break it down to you, because I think you're making it a bit complicated, even if what you say is 100% true. I just want to simplify it to you. PIC collects the taxes from every South African, which majority is 80% more than black South Africans by numbers, even from middle class, right? They take that tax they collect from the nation to put it on the pension funds for when they retire. 10% of that, they use it for investment. That's where you find them owning more shares in companies like Naspers, MTN, ShopRite, Pick and Pay, I'm not sure about Clicks, but mainly Investec Bank, I think, as you said, Standard Bank as well, FNB, I think, Nedbank as well, Absa totally is not ours, I think it's the British. I can name all these companies. At the end of the day, you take all the assets that are managed under these companies that goes to under PIC, which is the largest assets management in Africa. That 1.2 trillion you quoted of rand, it's actually 120 billion US dollars. It's the largest asset investment on the continent. That alone comes from PIC alone. There's other entities that are outside PIC, which is one that I know is BEE. It's still black owned as well. That entity has got its own funds management on its own. You find entities like Royal Mafugeng as well. They are standing alone outside PIC. They also manage funds. I'm talking about black entities.
Yeah. So I sent the link on the back chat. No, I think 1.2 is part of the money that's in the PIC. Think altogether the money they hold.
Yeah.
It's way more than 1.2, obviously. It's way more than 1.2 trillion, right? But I'm just saying that amount at least is now at least in the hands of. This was the earlier form. There's a new one coming in. I think this was when it was 1.15, but now it's at 1.2. But yeah, I'm just saying that there are improvements within. There are improvements within who's being given money to disperse to South Africans. And I'm not saying that there's no hope. I'm saying that ANC, I think, is also being strategic because you have this. This to me shows me a chance because obviously I don't trust Europeans because then I'll be honest with you, they don't belong here, right? They can deep ship, which is what they did for 1994, right? They could leave. Whereas you, me, and Bullet, for most part, we know that we don't have a choice but to invest in Africa for most part. And if we're going to diversify, what does diversifying to other nations, like most black South Africans never leave South Africa. They have dual citizenship, right? This is what you notice South Africans. They never necessarily flee. We usually go to a country, make some level of money, and then try to find a way to even come back, right? So because like we're weird people, right? Like this crime and stuff, but we always want to go back home. South Africans have shown to be highly loyal to their homeland and trying to stay home. So that's why I'm saying that with this, it just shows that there's an opportunity for black people in general to get more funding because now it's in black hands. But
you see, what I was trying to explain, what you said is 100%. PIC is the largest investment asset in Africa because it has spread even across Africa in terms of spreading the corporates of South Africa. The problem that I see is that, as I said, at the base of this corporate, some of them, even if the largest shareholder, it's still PIC. When you look at the CEOs at the management level, people who are really technical at most of these companies, some, not always, most are still white. Meaning, by the day we make sure that now, hey, we tell them like, Bryce, it's time to go back where you come from. We must make sure that the skills are totally transferred to our people, which are African people. It could be any African from everywhere. What I like now, if you look at companies like MTN, I think is the CEO, it's a Zimbabwean guy who's managing CEO and MTN. I think even Vodacom as well. So that shows that it's good that Africans are starting to also take ownership and take the technical aspects of managing these companies. Look what happened to Sasol as well. Sasol has suffered a lot when after 1994, when the some whites migrated who had skills. So we must make sure that by the time we lose these guys on our side, they leave. The African corporates can stand in the hands of Africans. The corporates that we have already, that have took ground already, they can be managed. I
agree with you. I agree with you. Be prepared for that. And exactly, because that's the thing you start noticing. And shout out to Penyo, bro. Like, you should check him out too, you guys. Penyo, the Black Bear. Because one thing you still start noticing, and this kind of little bit triggers me with the ANC, because I do know that the only way, this is just my personal view, right? I think African National Congress is the only political party that speaks the most to black people as today speaks, right? Mainly because, like I said, Malema is on the open border part. So for now, it's mostly them, because the other parties, they're on some non-racial thing, even I haven't thought about Amen Mashaba until I watched his Virtual Mukuku interview where he said, when Cyril Ramaphosa stole that money, he kind of confirmed why white people have to oppress us, because white people oppressed us because they thought we were black, and this is why we deserve it, because we're thieves, so we deserve colonization. I'm like, this is the guy I'm supposed to trust, the guy who's obsessed about making white people who oppressed him happy. Like, this is the Negroes that I'm saying. And then there's the UDM and all that. I'm about to finish those. Wait. All these other parties, the one thing I've noticed that they never attack the whites that own South Africa. Lately, they always talk about corruption this, and if there's no corruption, employment is just gonna fix everything. Like, I don't give a fuck about how much. Like, if you ask a normal black kid today in South Africa, why do you think you're poor South Africans are poor? They're gonna tell you it's because Matthew Hugo got that tender to build a bridge, he didn't finish it because ENCA told him so. You know what I mean? That's the sad part, bro. Like, black actually believe that your problem is because of some random tender guy. Like, that's why you have problems.
Look, ANC, their biggest mistake was to fail the local, the domestic politics and infrastructure. But if you look at ANC, I always say this, internationally, in terms of even on the continent, ANC is the African party that I think they've got the blueprint of Africa. If you look at ANC even in its early formation, they have offices in places like Zambia, Angola, Tanzania. I think even to this day, they're still operating there. So ask yourself, why will these organizations be there? It's because they understand that the fundamental that we need to kick the colonizers out of the whole continent at some point. And I would say it's something that is operating underground to prepare, to plan, to transfer this information to all parts of Africa. I trust ANC for them because I have seen their work. Do you think if it was DA or Action SA leading these African countries, African companies, South African companies, you think most of them could have spread like this across the continent? I think the African leaders see ANC as a brother that can make a movement, because remember, ANC is the oldest African political party, like black political party. So their blueprint goes deep, that they've communicated, they've built probably structures with all African leaders that were probably Pan-African. You know, they speak on the same principles. So I believe African leaders have allowed these companies to also spread in, probably bring in skills and create jobs. But it was mostly because of ANC, the relationship they have with ANC. If you listen to Naledi Pandor, when she was responding to that American ambassador who's arrogant, she told him that currently now there's more than 44 African countries that are actually on board, and they are speaking on same principles. If you look at it, she was talking about Sub-Sahara. She's talking about all the countries in the Sahara region, meaning they are now on terms, on code. We might not see this on the ground. We might not even see this on our generation. But I'm telling you, this Pan-African government, this African Union, they're not as useless as people like to make them. Our leaders are not as clueless as people would like to believe. At the end of the day, they have to maneuver a very contaminated system, a very monitored system of the Western, you know, and they only doing the best they can, to my understanding at least, or my observation.
Yeah, I do get some understanding. Yeah, you're right. I'm obviously I'm not there, and so it's something I've started also trying to tell myself, like, dude, bro, you're not even in those rooms. You're not even sitting down with those people. You know what I mean? You don't actually know what kind of play. Like, what if Cyril Ramaphosa is just shaking hands with Boris Johnson and smile like that? So then he does look like a cool. So that when they do something, they believe, but we thought you were all on our side or something, you know? Because I see that South Africa just, I think, bought a stealth bomber 2 years ago from Russia, and some people are saying that it has a nuclear missile on it, right? But obviously they won't publicize it as much. So it's like so much speculation, right? A lot of things. I actually do believe South Africa could actually have some nuclear weapons. They just don't want the public to know, just to prepare.
No,
you know? I don't think anyone's that down.
No,
not nuclear missiles, not nuclear bombs, but missiles. Like a missile, it won't do as much damage as like a big rocket America would have. But I do think we do have some miniature missiles from Russia.
Look, to be honest, our military, it's not a secret. It's not any secret organization or anything. All African militaries have been observed because of the colonial powerhouses that have already built their foundations here. Up until when we are truly liberated, that's when we can start to say our military operating in a very isolated intelligence and system of its own as independent. I'm gonna explain to you why I say this. If you look at Wemkondo Wesizwe, when Wemkondo Wesizwe was marching, they were actually marching to East because Russia was the biggest supporter and supplier of weapons of Wemkondo Wesizwe, and including training. And Cuba was the financial capital of keeping Wemkondo Wesizwe alive in countries like Tanzania and everything they've done, right? But there is a point where now the comrades of Mandela started to negotiate with the Western a lot, and then they cut the deal with the East. And I can honestly understand why they did compromise, because the West at that moment was just too powerful. If we look at the East, it was China supporting South Africa and Russia at best, a little bit of India, but Cuba gave us a lot of support as well. But in that moment, both Russia and China were not even any powerful, close to that.
Yeah, the one superpowers. Yeah, the one superpowers. Yeah.
The comrades of Mandela.
Yeah, it has to be strategic. You're right. If you're gonna fight back, it has to be strategic. Yeah, you're right.
But what I want to explain to you is that when Wemkondo Wesizwe used to train with, they used to hold AK-47. You know that at some point AK-47 was in South Africa. Not to the white South Africans, of course. It was pushed underground to the blacks. You know, we used to have AK-47, and when Wemkondo Wesizwe outside in exile, they trained with AK-47. All of a sudden, when they came back, AK-47 was cancelled. And who's producing AK-47? It's Russia, right? Then you can see that.
Russia.
Yeah.
Oh.
Then you see the breakup of the East, and then when Wemkondo Wesizwe was pushed to the West because of the deal that was already been signed back at home, and that deal didn't come from. It was not a negotiation. It was about the only limited choices you have and options that you can take, and that's why